Good morning and a warm welcome from Emirates Old Trafford here on Lancs TV and on the BBC Sport website and app. We have some quite groundbreaking news to bring you. We're going to actually see some play. Having had the first 2 days washed out without a single ball being bowled, the conditions today couldn't be any more different, really. We've got gorgeous blue sky and sunshine, and we've got the opportunity to watch, hopefully, a couple of days cricket, and we'll see how we get on. But look at that for a picture. That's miles better than days 1 and 2. Not a cloud in the sky. And great credit to the ground staff, to Matt and his team, who have got the outfield ready to play some cricket. There goes the sound of the bell. The players just heading off back towards the dressing rooms down on screen there are the Nottinghamshire bowlers, because they've won the toss and they're going to have a bowl first. That's the news from the middle. Nottinghamshire win the toss and they bowl first. Dave Bracegirdle from here is the toss a little bit earlier on. Keaton Jennings and Stephen Mullaney, the two captains out there, and the toss called correctly by Stephen, and he wants to have a bowl first. So we'll hear from Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Nottingham a little bit later on. Myself, Scott Reed, and Phoebe Graham with you to start things off. Phoebe, we've basically been waiting for you to arrive, and then the sun comes out and then we can play some cricket. Now you're here.
Well, there you go. I was assigned day 3 and 4, and it's the 2 days that we'll get some play here at Emirates Old Trafford. So beautiful blue skies. Couldn't be better, the conditions today, but just a shame that we weren't able to get any cricket day 1 or 2. Feels like it's a bigger game for Notts today. If they draw, then they're completely away from the relegation battle, whereas Lancashire, whether they win or lose, they'll stay middle of the table and they're not up for any sort of county championship prize or relegation. So really important game for Notts to stay away from that relegation battle with 1 game to go for the rest of the season. But 2 days of cricket, and with it being a used wicket, a wet outfield, it could nibble around early and we could have an exciting game on our hands.
Well, fingers crossed that's the case. That's what hopefully that turns out to be the case. As you say, not certain are they of being Division 1 team next year, but I think having not lost at Kent when it looked like they could do last week, maybe that was a result that has made that gap just a little bit too much for either Kent or Middlesex to make up. But I suppose until you're absolutely mathematically certain as a captain, you want to make sure that you do the job, don't you? It looks unlikely that Notts are going to get dragged into it, even if they were to lose their last 2 games, but you don't want to leave that to chance, do you?
No, absolutely not. It's probably a bit like when you're fighting for a a spot of fourth and you've got a 3-4% chance of winning every game of the season to get that spot. Notts don't want to do anything to put them at jeopardy here, so they'll be getting the draw on the board and then go into their final game with hopefully a finish with a win for them.
The two umpires are Hassan Adnan and Ian Blackwell. They're heading out to the middle. They're the two Lancashire opening batters, Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings, who are dancing their way out towards the sunshine in the middle. We must say congratulations to Matty Hurst, who's making his first-class debut for Lancashire this week. I think he's going to keep wicket. I think that's the plan. That he'll take the gloves. We'll find out a little bit later on in the game. But he comes into the side for his first-class debut. Stephen Croft returns. We haven't said goodbye to Dane Villas. Croft comes back into the Lancashire side, and there's also a return for Jack Blatherwick. The two Jacks, actually, Blatherwick and Morley. Blatherwick for Luke Wood, and Morley for Tom Hartley. Both those players are part of the England one-day international squad as well. So great chance for Hurst. We'll see him with the bat a little bit later on, potentially, and the gloves as well. But great moment when everyone's making their first-class debut. Notts are bowling first. We'll run through the full teams for you in a moment or two. As I say, the prospect of 104 overs today, so we've got a slightly extended day. I've been making up for time lost over the course of the last couple of days. So we've got 104 overs to be bowled. So we're going to go on till 20 to 1 in the morning session. Tea will be at 3:30. And the evening session due to finish at 6 o'clock, but obviously we'll try and get the 104 overs in if we can. It's going to be Brett Hutton to open up the bowling for Notts. It's a ball that brings Wells forward and it goes past the edge and through to the keeper. And there is no run. So yeah, slightly bumper days cricket, which is excellent, but at least we're seeing something. I must admit, Phoebe, the first couple of days, and you're looking at the forecast, and on the first day, looking at even today and tomorrow, thinking we might not get anything here. So at least we've got a bit of cricket to try and enjoy. As Hutton turns and sets off again from the Anderson end and bowls, pressed away into the offside by Wells, bouncing up towards Ben Slater, who's at point, and there is no run.
Yeah, I think with cricket, when the game's called off before 3 o'clock, you know how ridiculous the weather is. Otherwise, you do tend to wait around. So the fact that they were both called off early just shows how horrific the weather's been days 1 and 2. But beautiful day here today at Emirates Old Trafford. 3
slips awaiting. Hutton balls left by Wells through to Tom Moores, and there's no run yet. It's a bit unusual, though, isn't it, to have it. Basically, you get to lunch. Certainly yesterday, you got to lunch, and then as soon as the lunch interval came, that was it, done. No prospect of any play. But I'd say Matt and his team, the ground staff, it's a brilliant effort to everything mopped up and dried out for the start of today. Hutton in again to Wells. It's just running down towards backward point where Slater fields, and there is no run across the final game of the season here. No other fixtures scheduled at Emirates Old Trafford. Lancashire bringing their season to an end next week in Canterbury. As Hutton turns and sets off again, Wells waits. Hutton over the wicket to Wells. It's pushed full and wide of off stump, angled across Wells and through to Moores, and there's no run. Of course, you brought your season to an end here as well at the weekend.
Yes, we did. Final game in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy on Saturday and got a win in against Western Storm, which was a lovely way to finish the season. Unfortunately, didn't qualify for finals, which the semi-finals taking place today against South East Stars and Blaze.
As Wells off the front foot and defends, and that's the first over of the match. Eventually delivered at just after 10:30 on the third day. 0-0. Hutton starts with the maiden.
Yeah, good over there from Hutton, bowling in challenging areas for Wells. That first ball really challenged the outside edge for Wells, but looks a slow pitch. It's not coming through particularly quickly, which we expected due to all the rain that we've had, and sort of keepers taking it down by his feet is Clark rather than up at hip height. but they've got the slip cordon in because I think it'll nibble around a little bit early doors.
Well, I suppose that's the reason where Stephen Mullaney, the Nottinghamshire captain, fancied having a ball first if it is going to nibble about a little bit this morning. Pitch has been under cover obviously for a couple of days, and the whole square has been covered up. It's all been kind of battened down for 3 or 4 days, and thankfully emerging to a bit of sunshine. We're going to see Asita Fernando to open up the bowling from the Brian Statham end. The Sri Lankan international, who's with Notts for his final few games of the season. 26 years of age, 12 Test matches for Sri Lanka. Jennings off the front foot and defending into the offside, and there is no run. Played last week in their game at Canterbury. In that match, it looked like an absolute belter watching on from afar, and looked like potentially Notts could get themselves into a bit of bother in that game. But I think avoiding defeat in Canterbury has pretty much made sure that there's no threat of relegation for Notts. There's Fernando again, balls. It's onto the pads of Jennings, who's shaping to work the ball away to the leg side. Ian Blackwell's a standing umpire at the Statham end and gives that nod out.
Looks like it was potentially going down leg with the shot that Jennings was playing there. He was looking to flick that off his legs down to fine leg. Just watching this back on replay. Yeah, it was pitching in middle, moving away down leg. Good call there from the umpire.
Swung back in, didn't it?
Yeah, probably got a little bit too much shape there for Fernando. You can always tell from the bowler's face whether it's a full appeal or a half-hearted, and all the motions were there, but you could tell in his face.
Into Jennings. Oh, that's beaten the dive of Moores. And what's that come off? The pad? Yeah, just a leg buys, 4 of them, awarded by the umpire down towards the boundary in front of the pavilion. And Lancashire get their innings up and running with 4 on the board, 4 leg buys.
He's getting some nice shape here early doors, but probably just bowling a little bit too straight at the moment. That ball pitching on middle and then shape down leg for 4 leg buys. Just needs to push that line slightly wider with the movement that Fernando's getting to Jennings here.
Yeah, wickets for Fernando last week in Canterbury. 4 in the match, 1 for 75 in the first innings and 3 for 40 in the second innings.
Well, yeah, it was Kent's game to win as they posted 446 in the first innings, and Notts were 265 all out, so they had a big lead, did Kent. Notts had to bat on, and they managed to post 348 in the second innings. So I think they had 2 sessions, Kent did, to chase down a around 100 run chase, and Notts got them 6 down, so they ended up changing the tempo massively. Fernando took 3 wickets early doors, and it ended up being nearly a win for Notts in the end, so it was a really good game of cricket.
Bowls to Jennings again down the leg side. Good tumbling take by Tom Moores. And there's no run. Yeah, it looked like a belting match, that. Kind of swinging one way and the other, wasn't it?
Yeah, Kent had 31 overs, so they were really going gun-ho to start, and then really drew back that tempo when the wicket started falling. It always makes it a great contest then in 4-day cricket when the shift happens so dramatically in terms of whether you're going to go for the win, draw back, and it put Notts on the front foot in the end.
Got a leg slip in place here with Fernando running into Jennings, again down the leg side, and beyond the reach of Moores. Again, it just flicks away off the pads of Jennings, and I think I should double their total, but through leg buys they've gone from 4 to 8 without loss.
Yeah, Jennings was just advancing that delivery as well to counter the swing from Fernando. But Fernando just, again, too straight and is getting too much movement early doors. to Jennings and needs to drag his line slightly wider. I know they've put that leg slip in place, but that was a poor delivery rather than a tempting flick that's on leg stump.
And just altered the fielder at leg slip as well. Mullaney was in that position. He's now at extra cover. 3 slips in place, leg slip, fine leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, cover and point. It's off the front foot, punched away through the offside by Jennings. He's got Mullaney chasing after it, and it's gone for 4. It's a decent effort by the not skipper. He kind of did all the hard work, and then the ball in the end flicks over the rope for 4. Again, Jennings looking to advance 2 or 3 steps down the pitch towards the bowler. Worked away nicely through the covers. So that completes the second over. It's 12 without loss. We'll bring David for Phoebe, and then we'll bring Phoebe back a little bit later on. But a busy first over from Asita Fernando. It's gone for only 4 against him, with the 8 runs being 8 leg buys. It's 12 without loss after 2 overs here on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app. Scott Reed, Dave Bracegirdle, Phoebe Graham with you through the course of the day. And Hutton's coming in and bowling to Wells. That comes back into Wells. And the ball deflects up towards Dave Patterson at mid-on. There's no run. Morning, Dave.
Morning, Scott. Morning, everybody. Don't know what's happened overnight. Feels like I've been transported from Manchester to the Caribbean with regards to the weather. We've had horrible, horrible conditions, haven't we, the first 2 days, but glorious this morning. Clear blue skies. Long may it last.
Yeah, it could not be any different, could it? A complete, utter contrast to the first 2 days. Forward goes Wells and defends out towards Hamid, who comes up from extra cover, and there's no run.
I still think they've done pretty well to get us underway on time this morning. I walked across from my digs over at the other side of the ground around the boundary edge this morning. It's still a little squelchy. There's lots of, I think they call them worm casts, don't they, all the way around the outfield. And it was sopping wet, but the ground staff have done really well.
Hutton balls again to Wells. It's flashed away off his hip. It's a spectacular effort by Mullaney at point to try and square leg roll to try and take the catch. It's gone for 4. Yeah. Both feet off the ground there, Mullaney at square leg. Flashed away off the hip. There he goes, tumbling dive away to his right. Actually gone down towards the boundary for 4 runs.
We're in the 3rd over of the morning already. I think Mullaney's been in 3 different fielding positions. He's found himself backward of square leg in this over. He's been at mid-on, rather mid-off to the left-hander in the previous over. Then he went to leg slip, and then he came out of there and went in the covers and had that chase out towards the new hotel.
It's Hutton to Wells. Flirts with that delivery a little. Just angled away from him through to Moores. No run.
We are essentially, at the moment, you'd imagine, just playing for bonus points. These things can turn around, of course. Remember Notts 4 or 5 years ago, winning at Worcester after the first 2 days were washed away, but it's a poor Worcestershire side. Notts blew them away quickly twice.
Hutton to Wells. Gets in behind it and defends.
And I dare say it's been on the other foot sometime in the past that I can't remember. I'd imagine Notts would have lost at some point after having 2 days washed away. But as I say, I can't remember that. I don't know if you've had any experience of losing the first 2 days and still getting a positive outcome, but they're few and far between, aren't they?
Yeah, nothing that kind of springs to mind of late. But then again, I can't really remember what happened last week in the game against Middlesex. Final ball of the over. Hutton to Wells. Oh, I say final ball. He's overstepped. No ball. There's the call from the umpire.
Yeah, I heard Phoebe just quickly running through what happened last week at Canterbury. It's absolutely right. It's dramatic how that changed. Not quite in the blink of an eye, but Kent came out determined just to chase down a relatively modest total. Crawley and Bell Drummond and Mayeye at the top of the order getting out playing the shots, and suddenly they tried to defend and Notts very much on the front foot.
Left by Wells. Dramatic looking leave, which then sees the ball shaped back in because Moores has taken it away to his right hand side. It's doing a bit out there, isn't it, this morning? 18 without loss, 3 overs gone. Wells on 4, Jennings on 4.
Notts unchanged. Lancashire, lots of changes. which I'm sure you've already run through. No more Dane Vilas. Luke Ward is away with England. Tom Hartley also celebrating his first call-up. Phil Salt's away. Of course, Liam Livingston and Joss Butler. No James Anderson. Probably a stronger side, if not stronger than the one they've got here, could actually be put in against this playing 11.
Yeah, I was chatting to Phoebe before about the game at Trent Bridge. Early in this fixture, that was the Anderson-Broad duel, wasn't it, right at the very end of the match?
The last over turned out to be, I think it was Hartley bowling to Ollie Stone, the very last over, as Sita Fernando bowls his second over. Keaton Jennings on strike. Yeah, Broad refused a single from the final ball of the penultimate over. And talking to them both afterwards, the thinking was that Luke Fletcher would have been happier facing Tom Hartley, the final over of the match, happier than Broad. And of course, what happened? Fletcher got out first ball. So Ollie Stone, who was hobbling, if you remember.
I do, yeah.
Don't think he came out with a runner because he certainly had no intention of running. Next ball is sent down by Fernando from the media centre end, and it's blocked. And it's quite a dramatic conclusion. We've not actually seen Ollie Stone in the Championship since. He's again had an injury hit campaign. Disappointing for the lad. At the media centre, Andy. I could also say the tram end. For the first time in my life, I've been introduced to the delights of the Manchester tram network this week, and it's wonderful, isn't it? It's wonderful.
It's a joy. It is. It's a pleasure to be on.
Absolutely wonderful. Fernando into Keaton Jennings, and he blocks. Just had to check that it was Keaton Jennings. Two big, tall left-handers. That's not all they've got in common. They've both got stacks and stacks and stacks of runs against Notts over the years. A sighting of the lesser spotted James Hayes as well. He's just come on as a sub-fielder for Brett Hutton, another one whose campaign has been blighted by injury. Did see him tipped before the start of the Royal London to be one of the stars of this season's competition, and lo and behold, injury struck. So James Hayes hasn't played at all for Notts this season, but he's on as a sub-fielder here. He's at mid-on, watching Asita Fernando come in and bowl nice and full down the leg side, and this time Tom Moores gets across and makes a diving stop. Seems odd that we've only just got underway and already we're making up lost hours. This will be a 104 over day if we get them all in. Lunch will be at 12:40, tea at 3:30, regardless of whether or whatever number of overs are left. The umpires out there explaining it. Tea is at 3:30, whatever. Lancashire off to a decent start here. 18 on the board. We're in the fourth over. Fernando just trying to get his line and length right. Bowls, and this one's cut into the offside. And again, there were cries, I think, of catch, but it was a good diving stop from Lyndon James. And there's no run. Did really well there. Lyndon James, big tall man. I would imagine we'll see him and Dane Patterson as the two bowlers to replace this pair, although Brett Hutton currently off the field. I'm sure Notts are hoping it's just perhaps a change of footwear or something, but he's only bowled 2 overs, and at the end of the last one he left the field, so we'll have to see if Brett's okay. I'd like to think he's down there on the boundary edge already, because this is the final ball of this over. Again down the leg side, and again Tom Moores has to throw himself a long way to his right. Yeah, here comes Brett Hutton back on. James Hayes can go back to doing whatever 12th men do when they're not required. There's James Hayes here. There's also Matt Carter and Jake Ball. You'd imagine it will be the youngster Hayes doing all the running about if necessary. 18 without loss after 4.
Was there a sense, a little bit of jeopardy last week, Dave? Had it gone against Notts and you lost that match? Or was the feeling amongst the Notts boys that even with a defeat at Canterbury, you'd have been all right with a couple of games to go?
The scenario after July, if you like, the break through August, was that Notts had 3 teams below them. Northants, who I think most people think are going to go. They don't quite need snookers, but they're getting there.
Here's Hutton back on the field, as Dave said. Balls to Wells, who's forward in defence. No run.
And of the 3 games to play for Notts through September, they had 2 of the other sides who were below them. Kent last week. They finished next week against Middlesex, and obviously here Lancashire. Were they to have lost last week, it would have just brought unnecessary pressure. I think Lancashire away is always a tough one. As it's turned out this week, might not be as tough as it usually is, and it could have just got a little messy going into perhaps a.
And Wells leaves through to Moores.
Perhaps a match next week against Middlesex where potentially the loser goes down. But I think those points last week, not only the points that Notts got for themselves, but also Kent not getting the win. It means they're still 30 points or so behind Notts, and get this week out of the way. And Notts, as it seems at the moment, will probably be cushioned nicely in 7th spot.
Wells waits as Hutton comes in, balls again. Just defending that one, leaning into it, easing it towards Patterson, who's at mid-on, no run.
I think one of the nice things about next week, in the sense that, sometimes an end-of-season game, if Middlesex are already relegated, well, who knows, but they may well have something to play for. But I know Notts are bitterly disappointed with the manner of their defeat at Lords earlier in the season. I know they want to right that, so that could be a proper good game next week at Trent Bridge.
Hutton balls. Wells with the back foot. Steers it away to backward point. No run. That was the funky declaration game, wasn't it?
Yeah, Middlesex had been blown away in their first 2 or 3 games. They'd hardly scored a run any of the top order. They'd had some wretched starts, 20 for 5 and 40 for 4 and all the rest of it. And Notts just took a punt on that last Sunday afternoon after they'd been off all day to set Middlesex 249 in 40.
It's Hutton to Wells. A rather dramatic looking leave, bat hoisted up above his shoulder and allows it to go through to Tom Moores. No run.
At the time, we can all be wise after the event, and I'm sure the message from the coaching staff and the players were, if we're in that situation, we'd do it again, we'd back ourselves. And on that particular day, Middlesex, they found runs that they hadn't found in their first 3 matches, and they got over the line. I think they were 5 or 6 down.
1 ball left of the 5th over. Hutton to Wells. And just defending into the offside. And there's no run. Tight stuff from Hutton and indeed from Fernando. We've had 5 overs this morning. 18 runs scored, but 8 of them have been leg byes. Wells on 4 and Jennings on 4.
We all love a trier, but I think the feeling, certainly amongst the spectators, was that, or the Notts supporters, was that they'd beaten Somerset the week before and they'd got themselves into a nice position. Middlesex had hardly scored a run, let alone a point, in their first 2 or 3 matches, and by getting into a position where they could go on and win the game, it sort of meant that they'd drawn up with Notts, brought Notts back into things towards the bottom of the table, rather than just taking the draw, keep Middlesex down there winless, and just sit nicely in a comfortable position after whatever it was, 3 or 4 matches in mid-table or 4th, wherever they were. Here's Fernando. Similar story, I guess, for Lancashire. A lot of draws, as you've been saying, this season. There must have been positions where they wish they'd gone on and got into a better position. This one's cut away nicely by Keaton Jennings into the offside. Chase for Lyndon James, won't get there, 4 more to the total. Cut away towards the new hotel. Start of the 6th over here, 22 without loss. I think you're telling me it's due to open before too long.
I think so. I think there's some rooms are scheduled to be open in the next month or so. I think the whole thing will be open in full early in the new year, but I think I was told at the start of the season it would look like next year before the hotel rooms would be ready, but yeah, I think they're well advanced.
Fernando going to go round the wicket now to Keaton Jennings, who's on 8. Bowls a delivery that Jennings leaves alone. It bounces before reaching Moores. And is there any truth in the the scurrilous rumour that it's going to stay grey to match the Manchester sky?
I don't think that's the reason it's staying grey, because as you can see, it's beautiful and blue now, the sky today, Dave. So if that was the theory, then they would paint it blue, clear. No, I think it is. I think that is the colour it's staying. Yeah, I think it's staying grey. Not sure why.
Just look forward to getting a look around one day, 1 year. I'm sure when we come here, might get the chance to occupy a room. That's a little loose, isn't it, from Keaton Jennings? Just had a bit of a waft at that. Took the top hand off the bat handle. Skipper here now, of course, Keaton Jennings. He started at Durham. As I say, he's scored stacks of runs over the years, both for Durham and for Lancashire against Notts. Big century in a county championship win at Trent Bridge in 2018. Although over the last decade or so, or probably going back to the 2010 championship win, Notts have had a pretty decent run against Lancashire. Next ball is again outside the off stump, and again a little loose. Of course, that did finish in a draw in 2010. I think the popular misconception is that Notts went on and won that game, but dramatic final day, they needed to get 400 runs and 3 Lancashire wickets, and did it to clinch the title. But since then there's been some more dramatic matches. 2011, of course, Lancashire didn't play here whilst the square was rotated. What is it now? Is it north-south now or east-west now? Whichever.
North-south, I think, now, isn't it?
It was east-west, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was east-west, which was a problem with the sun, wasn't it?
Yeah, up to the end of 2010, and didn't play here in 2011. Next ball is pushed through by Fernando, blocked by Jennings onto the offside. No run, stays 22 without loss. But the first match back of the 2012 season here again brought Notts, and they managed to get over the line. And of course, the last time they came here in 2018, I've not seen anything like it, and I'm sure you haven't. We came final day of the match, if you remember it. It was a nailed-on, stoned-on draw, and we saw 12 wickets go down for just 25 runs as Notts turned it round quite dramatically. It was an extraordinary session of cricket as Fernando round the wicket again to Keaton Jennings. This one goes through to Moores, end of the over, here on BBC Radio Manchester, BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Nottingham online, and via the excellent live stream. 22 without loss after 6 overs. Phoebe Graham, myself, Dave Bracegirdle and Scott Reed with you at glorious, glorious Old Trafford this morning.
Have you been a little frustrated the last couple of days, Dave? Have you found something to entertain yourself with in Manchester?
Well, I can always keep myself busy, yes. I found plenty of things to do.
Bit of football?
Yeah, I went to the football on Tuesday night. Here's Hutton.
Into to Wells. And Wells playing 4, that beats him. Through to Moores, no run.
Well, that was the reason for my tram journey.
Right.
To get to the Etihad, I set out on a bold, brave new adventure, and for the princely sum of £3.50 return, I was able to hop on the tram and, with one change in the city, make it to the Etihad, and found my way back as well.
Did you tap on and tap off, or did you get your old school ticket?
No, bought a ticket.
Oh, nice. Hutton to Wells, angled in towards him, has to play and defends. No run.
Held it proudly, just in case there were any inspectors undercover there wearing Manchester City shirts, because everybody else was. Held me ticket aloft, so he's got a ticket, that lad. Yeah, I do it on the underground as well. I just sit there holding me ticket.
No one can possibly accuse you of trying to dodge your fare.
No, I don't get all this tap on, tap off. What if you forget? What if there isn't a tap off at the other end?
Hutton to Wells, strides forward, defends. Ball rolls up to Slater, who's at point, and there's no run.
I don't know how it knows. I'm not very good with technology, and I certainly don't trust something that says, well, if you tap your old bank card here at this end, and then you do it at the other end, it will know to take £2 out of your account or whatever. Oh, yeah. I might be Mr. Gullible in most aspects of my life, but not with that.
22 without loss. There's Hutton from the Anderson end, balls to Wells. Has a little flirt with it and then doesn't play, lifts the bat away, but for a moment or two he was tempted through to Moores. Both batters come down, take a little look at the pitch.
Do you know what? There should be 8 county championship matches taking place at the moment, and there are 8 county championship matches taking place. There's also a match, of course, in the Rachel Hayo Flint Trophy, which is, I think, at the playoff stage.
Hutton to Wells. I think it turns it round through to Moores. No run.
The Blaze are playing the South East Stars at Beckenham today. And an early wicket for Grace Ballinger there, who very often comes on the commentary at Trent Bridge. South East Stars are batting 26 for 1, but I think looking towards Phoebe for some sort of nod or some sort of abuse. I think it's the playoff today to go through to the final at the weekend. Getting the thumbs up.
Here's Hutton into Wells. Defends out towards the leg side. And Lyndon James comes up from mid-wicket. And there's no run. End of the over. 7 gone. So about half an hour of play. 22 without loss. 4 for Wells, 8 for Jennings. Real probing, testing stuff by Asita Fernando and by Brett Hutton in these first 7 overs. And beaten the bat a few times. 1 appeal for LBW from Fernando to Jennings.
Just purely by the fact that the spectators seem to be huddled in only about 2 specific areas. I guess the whole of the ground isn't completely open today. We've got a bowling change here, by the way. Dane Patterson, 47 wickets in the county championship this year, is going to replace Asita Fernando. 3 overs, none for 8 for Fernando. He's a little wild and woolly. There were 2 lots of 4 leg byes, which of course don't go against him, but they were swinging leg side delivery. There's Patterson, nice and full, and his ball is hit up to a wideish mid-off. And there's no run. 22 without loss. 1 or 2 sceptics saying might be a bit of rain later on in the day. I don't think we've got rid of it all. But yeah, the spectators seem to be congregated, if that's the right word, herded, shepherded, seated in front of the old pavilion directly opposite us, most of them. Patterson, the South African, balls to Keaton Jennings, of course, was born in South Africa, son of the former South African wicketkeeper Ray Jennings, wasn't he?
I think the seating below the new hotel, that's open, and there's a members bar over there as well. That's that is open for business. The David Hotchkiss bar.
I don't think I've ever been here, because I've not been here for the truly big matches. Yeah, it'd have been over for the T20, wouldn't it? Next ball, Patterson wide of the pegs. I was going to say, I don't think I've ever been here when there's been people seated in the temporary permanent stand or the permanent temporary stand, but they would have been here for the blast earlier, wouldn't they? It's 11 o'clock, and we'll have to just pop next door and update the listeners to Radio Nottingham.
Halfway through the 8th over, 22 without loss. Jennings 8, Wells on 4. It's Patterson halfway through his first over of the morning. Over the wicket and bowls. Is shaped away, left by Jennings and taken by Tom Moores. Is no run. Phoebe Graham's back alongside me. Busy start. Bowled well, haven't they, first up?
They have, yeah. Not managed to find the wicket yet. Early doors, but Patterson looking threatening. Jennings looking to advance down the crease, and he's played quite an attacking style of play for Jennings, really, early doors, which has been positive to see, really.
2 balls left of the 8th over. That's onto the pads of Jennings, worked away into the onside. And through he goes for a single. He moves on to 9, 23 without loss. Brings Wells back on strike. 1 ball remaining of the 8th over. Dave mentioned the forecast for later on today. I think it's not absolutely horrific. You know, in comparison to days 1 and 2, it's quite tropical. But there is an outside chance we might get a little bit of the odd shower a little bit later on today, but hopefully we can get a decent amount of cricket in. We do have that longer day, 104 overs today. Final ball of the 8th. Here comes Patterson. Ball's left alone by Wells and through to the keeper. And there is no run. So 8 overs gone, 23 without loss. Wells on 4, Jennings on 9.
Yeah, it's been a good start from the Notts bowlers here, containing Lancs to 23 off the first 8. Looks quite a slow wicket, as we thought it would be after so much rain on days 1 and 2. And Brett Hutton continuing from the James Anderson end, who is the leading wicket taker for county championship cricket this year. He's taken 54 wickets throughout the campaign this summer. Been a real threat for Notts up front, and probably not a player that has always been in the starting 11 as he approaches the crease. Jennings advances, pushes to point, no run.
Yeah, there's a couple of players edging towards seasonal milestones. Patterson and Bailey both closing in on 50 wickets for the season. Tom Bailey 2 wickets away from that.
I think the nice thing about Hutton is he's always been in and around the first team, but never been an established first team player, whereas this year he's really put his hand forward. He approaches the crease. Jennings advances again, pushes to mid-off, no run, and put his hand forward. There's been a few injuries within the Notts camp for fast bowlers, and Hutton's just produced game after game and not let anyone else take that new ball from him. So great season for him. All his lettering on his shirt needs a press down there, it's falling off. Hutton advances the crease, no run, through to Clark.
Yeah, it's a bit flappy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Back of his shirt now. End of season look to it. Bit tatty.
It's as if he's had the shirt for 7 years. The numbers on the back of his shirt are peeling off. The N and the 1 looks very, very scruffy. Hutton comes in. Jennings pulls through to mid-wicket and the ball races away to the boundary for 4. It's a quick outfield here at Emirates Old Trafford despite the weather, and Hutton just digs that in and it sits up nicely for Jennings. There's no real bounce in the pitch, very tennis ball like surface, and Jennings able to swap that through mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, it was a nicely controlled shot, wasn't it? It wasn't a full-blooded pull shot by Jennings. It's controlled, pulling in front of square.
Yeah, really had to wait for it. And I think that'll be what happens with this surface. It's going to be slow. It'll start turning as the ball gets older. Hutton in. Bowls that lovely 5th stump line. And Jennings comfortably leaves.
I shall leave you and Dave will join you.
Yeah, Jennings 13 off 28 deliveries, Wells 4 from 26, Lancashire 27 for no wicket. Hutton bowls the final ball of the over. Jennings guides through gully. The ball holds up and they will turn back and run 3. And that is the over from Hutton. Lancashire 30 for no wicket. And the wicket is looking very, very slow out there, Dave. They're having to play everything really late and just wait for the ball off the surface. It's not coming through the pace bowlers. It's not looking too exciting behind the bat at the moment, but I think it'll start nibbling round a bit.
Yes, good morning, Phoebe. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Not a great deal of pace in it. In truth, Notts haven't got out-and-out express men in Hutton, Patterson, and Asita Fernando is the Somebody moving about behind the arm, which I find a little difficult because there's not many opportunities really down at this end for people to get behind the arm, but everybody's still. Dane Patterson in bowls, and this is driven crisply, should be stopped by Mullaney, and dives to his right and does so, remains 30 without loss. Notts added Matt Carter to their squad for this one. He's only played one first-class game this season. In fact, he's only played one first-class game for Notts in the last 4 years, so it was a little bit of a surprise that he was added to the squad, but once they saw the wicket they decided to go with the 11 that had played at Canterbury last week. 30 without loss. It's Patterson, passed on by Blackwell, bowls, and that's a little loose. He's got a boundary for it, Keaton Jennings, but not a great deal of foot movement there, was there? It was see ball, hit ball, and it's skewed away down to the unprotected third man area for 4 runs.
Really was from Jennings there. Put his whole hands through the ball, thick outside edge through gully region. He'd fully committed to that shot, and I think that just sums up the pace of this wicket. So you've got to wait for it. He got away with that one, but that could have been a edge into the cordon if he wasn't lucky.
Patterson. I'm sure he'll be disappointed he gave Jennings as much width as he did. This one just jacks away from the left-hander. So last time I was on, I just mentioned that the Rachel Hayo Flint Trophy drawing towards its conclusion. The final is on Sunday at Northampton, and it says Southern Vipers there. I was expecting it to say the Thunder. What happened to the Thunder?
So we were in contention for playoffs in the final 4 games, and it was actually the game against Southern Vipers. If we'd have beaten them, we contained them to 230, we'd have been in real contention for playoffs.
There's Patterson, bowls now, and almost playing French cricket there. Keaton Jennings got squared up right in front of his stumps, and the ball, as Phoebe said, not a lot of pace out there, just lolloped on its way down to Jennings, and he just blocked it, kept it out.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a graft with the bat today. I think that's the only word I can use to describe it in terms of how to play these conditions. The ball's not looking threatening, but because it's so slow off the pitch, Keaton's almost coming away from some shots and adapting his shot selection as the ball's coming onto the bat there. So he squared himself up there, but it was slow enough for him to then play full face of the bat down back to Patterson.
Still 3 slips, watching and waiting, not brought into play as this one jags away. Jennings 20 from 34 balls. Wells just has 4 runs from 26. Should be plenty of intelligence in the Notts dressing room as to what Old Trafford would be like at the end of this season. Of course, Peter Moore's head coach here for a number of years, won the county championship here. Hasib Mead spent a good chunk of his cricket here. Stephen Mullaney played a bit of cricket here as a youngster. As Patterson bowls, and again squared up Jennings, forces it into the offside Lyndon James Fields. And we're through 10 overs. It's 34 without loss. Maybe it is just a points accruing exercise, but Notts would like to see see the back of one of this pair very early on. As I said earlier, Wells, certainly in his days with Sussex, racked up some really big scores against Notts, and Jennings has done it throughout his career. 34 they've added for this first wicket.
Yeah, so in the Rachel Hayo Flint Trophy, we contained Vipers to 230, and then they had us 33 for 5. So they really know how to win those must-win games, and they've managed to finish top of the table. Despite Blaze being the leaders throughout the whole Rachel Hayo Flint, they've been in first place, and they've just moved down to third in the last 4 games. So they're playing the South East Stars today.
Yeah, latest from that one, Stars batting 46 for 3 in the 11th over.
Suttons comes into Wells. Shorter delivery, and Wells just guides that down to fine leg for 1 run.
Playing everywhere else at Chelmsford in Division 1, Hampshire 47 without loss, replying to Essex's 447. Warwickshire 249 for 7 now at Lords. Middlesex got 121. Somerset 250 for 2 against Kent. And Surrey 12 without loss, having eventually bowled Northants out for 357. In Division 2, just got underway at Derby. Sussex 30 for 2 like this one. No play on the first 2 days.
Hutton in. Jennings advances, pushes to mid-off, no run.
At Grace Road, Leicestershire, the new one-day cup winners, of course, they're 34 for 1, replying to Yorkshire's 155. And again, they've lost a lot of play to rain at Worcester, New Road there. Worcestershire 130 for 2 against Durham. But at the moment, playing up and down the country, north, south, east and west. Plenty of cricket to follow, all on the BBC Sport website and app. And I'm sure all the live streams are also attracting a vast number of viewers as the competition draws to a close.
Hutton coming round to Jennings as he guides it through to mid-wicket. Take the single.
Cricket birthdays today. Not got any Nottinghamshire ones for you. Got one or two with a Lancashire link, but maybe one of the most famous cricketers of recent times celebrating his birthday today, Chris Gale.
Oh, nice.
What do you reckon? What do you reckon?
How old he is?
Yep.
42.
Had a couple on there for VATs. 44 today, Chris Gale.
Hutton in. Nice shape there from Hutton and left alone by Wells.
Curtly Ambrose, another West Indian great. He's 60 today. And another West Indian, but very well known in these parts, way before my time, let alone yours, Phoebe. Leary Constantine. Don't know if you've heard of him, but a former West Indies great. But throughout his career, he played in the Lancashire leagues.
Hutton bowls wide of the off stump again. Wells comfortably leaves, and that's the end of the over. Lancashire 36 for no runs. 11 overs been bowled today at Emirates Old Trafford.
Very famous West Indies all-rounder Leary Constantine, and on his bio he says he was the only man to clear the lime tree at Canterbury until Carl Hooper did it in more modern times. But he's best known for his time in the Lancashire League with Nelson, who he guided to an unprecedented 8 titles in 10 years. So, not entirely sure where Nelson is. Is it Blackburn way?
I don't know. I know there's a Nelson in New Zealand, but I don't think
it's that one. No. There's Dane Patterson bowling to Keaton Jennings, who drops this on the leg side. And it's John Crawley's birthday as well, a former England batter. Ended his career with Hampshire. Got a couple of triple hundreds against Notts in his time, but he started at Old Trafford here. John Crawley. He's 52 today. Former Lancashire batter. There's Patterson. Passed on by Blackwell bowl. Slashed away for 4 more. Nice looking shot by Jennings, who getting away from his partner now. He's on to 25. Wells has 5. 40 without loss in the 12th over. At a sun-drenched Old Trafford in front of a smallish crowd, understandably. You've got a feel for the people in the hotels who've invested a great amount of time and no little money, I would imagine, to come and take out a room, one of those lovely rooms over there with the balconies for 4 days. I had 1 or 2 of them grumbling, we could have been doing this, we could have been doing that. And I think 1 or 2 were a little disappointed that yesterday afternoon play was called off and then it stopped raining and the clouds began to part a little bit, but the ground was absolutely sodden. There was really no other option for the umpires yesterday. Very, very wet indeed. That's Patterson. Bowls, and again advancing down the track is Keaton Jennings beyond the dive of Brett Hutton. Stephen Mullaney's got to chase after it. They've run 2, just can't quite see down below us if the ball had reached the rope or not, but clearly not as they come back for 3. And Lancashire continue to make good progress here on the opening morning, but actually day 3 of this match between Lancashire and Nottinghamshire, 2 old adversaries who Haven't played much in recent times, in different divisions, of course, and in different conferences in the COVID years. As Patterson bowls, this has run away into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, when Patterson hits that length, it does look challenging, and Wells squared up there. What Jennings has done really well this over is use the depth of his crease. He's sat back in his crease in a wide stance, and he's been able to draw back and chop one for 4 and then advance the fuller delivery down the ground for 3. I think as a batter in these conditions, you need to be really clear on your plans, and you can see Jennings changing tack throughout the 40 balls he's faced.
There's Patterson in once more, and again getting on the front foot is Luke Wells. Pushes this into the offside, fielded by Lyndon James. Yes, Wells does press forward, but Jennings takes 2 giant strides towards the bowler each time. He's getting well down the wicket and finding it very, very difficult to keep him under any sort of pressure here. 5 boundaries to Keaton Jennings in his 28.
They always tend to bat very well together as an opening pair to Jennings and Wells, and we often see the 2 of them going at very different tempos, and it's not always one of them is this fast-paced batter. They adapt the situation well.
This next delivery is allowed to go through to Tom Moore's end of the over, the 12th over here this morning. 43 without loss. That's 3 overs none for 12 for Dane Patterson. Brett Hutton's had all 6 overs bowled from the Jimmy Anderson end. 6 overs, 3 maidens, none for 15. We had 3 overs from Asita Fernando. I'm sure he'll switch ends when Hutton's had enough, and then at this end I think we'll see a little bit of Lyndon James as well before lunch, which is still an hour and 20 minutes away. We're about 50 minutes into play this morning on a glorious, glorious morning in the northwest. Let's hope it stays.
Hutton in, and Jennings just pushes that shorter delivery from Hutton there. No run scored as Jennings mirrors a shot through mid-wicket for 6, but it doesn't play that, although tempting. I think they've got a square leg out there in the deep just in front if he does want to take on that shorter delivery. Hutton comes in. Jennings swats to mid-wicket for 1 run, using that deep fielder. I think with the pitch as well, that shorter delivery is just sitting up, so they're trying to tempt Jennings, who's playing that slightly higher tempo innings at the moment, 29 from 42 deliveries, whereas Wells is 5 off the 33 as square leg comes into the ring. Hutton, fuller delivery and swatted through. Fine leg for 1 run.
Again, there were cries of catch, weren't they? He went at it really, really hard, Luke Wells, but didn't carry down to Dane Patterson. These 2 sides wedged in the middle of the Division 1 table at start of play. Lancashire 5th on 146 points, Notts 7th on 122. Mentioned earlier with Scott, Notts now having got that draw at Kent shouldn't really get dragged into the dogfight at the bottom.
Hutton into Jennings, and Jennings punches that over mid-off, comfortably cleared the ring for 4 runs.
Lancashire starting this match just 3 points behind Warwickshire and 7 points behind Hampshire in 3rd. So with this fixture and next week a match against Kent to come, Lancashire will still be eyeing the prize money for 3rd spot if they can, but Warwickshire seem in a good position to get a good bunch of points at Lords against Middlesex.
Hutton in, Jennings advances again, a swing and a miss. Moores rolls and takes that.
Playing his own brand of Keaton ball here, isn't he? The skipper is certainly taking the fight to Nottinghamshire, getting on that front foot, getting down the track, And once he's gone there, he's certainly not holding back. He's throwing the bat at everything.
Lancashire have played 5 at Emirates Old Trafford this year and drawn 5, so they're trying to change the fate here as Jennings defends that delivery from Hutton. End of the over. Lancashire 49 for no wicket.
Yeah, Kevin Marriott says, Dave, yeah, there is a Nelson in Lancashire. Yeah, I know that, Kevin. I just wondered whereabouts it was. So my Nottinghamshire geography isn't great, let alone my Lancashire geography. But I know there's a Nelson. I know they were a strong side, and under Leary Constantine won all those titles. A terrific servant for Lancashire League cricket over the years. 49 without loss. Lancashire here.
Be interesting to see whether Lancashire do try and go for a win over the next couple of days and how the tempo of this game plays out. It's not felt threatening with the new ball in these conditions, but I think it will start to turn later in the day and potentially become a bit too paced.
There's Patterson starting his 4th over. Balls to Luke Wells and pushes it up to mid-off. There was the traditional little huddle and then an outbreak of applause from the Lancashire side for the young debutant Matty Hurst. Yet another wicket keeper. Every time I think Notts play against Lancashire, there's a different wicket keeper. I would imagine over the last 2 or 3 years they've played against Butler, Salt, Stephen Croft even with the gloves, George Lavelle, George Bell,
Dane
Villas, and now Matty Hurst. I'm sure there's perhaps 1 or 2 more as Patterson bowls. That's a good delivery, just scuttles on through the defences of Wells, and Tom Moores takes it low down. But Matty Hurst, the latest to come into the Lancashire side, wearing the gloves. Going to be a tough old battle, you'd imagine, over the next few years, with most of those still available. We don't see Joss Butler too much in county cricket, but certainly Phil Salt has played across the long form and the short form for Lancashire this year. Next delivery strikes Wells on the pad, might have pitched outside.
Really threatening here is Patterson. The past 2 deliveries have really tied Wells up. That delivery hitting him on the pads and the ball before just missing the outside of the edge.
Keith Jennings asking for change of gloves. Didn't mention that Notts might well go with Lyndon James as the 4th seamer, but Stephen Mullaney's just starting to loosen up. Patterson bowls and he's eased into the offside. Of course, the wily old Notts skipper with a great reputation as being a partnership breaker might fancy that he's the man for the job himself.
It's also a big congratulations to Keaton Jennings, who's reached 10,000 first-class career runs today in 26 centuries, 37 half centuries, and his highest score being 318.
He's been a fine player. I know when it was announced that he was leaving Durham, next ball is driven back. I thought Patterson might be in with a chance of a caught and bowl. As it was, it went past him in a flash. It would have been just a blur straight down the ground for 4, but it was certainly in the air, and for a split second there I thought that's going to be a caught and bowl chance, but barely had Dane Patterson time to react, and it was beyond him and away for 4, and that's the half century brought up for Lancashire. 53 without loss, but it was in fact it was Luke Wells, and he moves on to 10.
Yeah, it was a strong on drive, but it was lifted through the air. It would have been a spectacular catch if Patterson would have been able to react, but it would have been a left-handed Superman dive.
Sometimes they just stick, sometimes you don't see them. Next ball goes through to the keeper. Yeah, when it was announced he was leaving Durham, I know from afar it did seem, and all the rumours were, that he was left with 2 options, Lancashire and Nottinghamshire, or 2 preferred options, and when I don't know if there's any truth in it, but when he did sign for Lancashire, it was sort of put around a little bit that he felt he would get more bowling opportunities with Lancashire. Well, a few years on, I'm not entirely sure he's bowled that many times for Lancashire over the years, but he seemed to think that maybe moving to Old Trafford would develop his game as more of an all-rounder. Well, he's found himself at the top of the order for Lancashire, churning out the runs year after year after year, skippering the side as well. And who knows how his career would have developed had he taken the option to go to Trent Bridge. Wasn't to be. Very fine player, and here he is, and he's got a new challenge against him, and it's not Stephen Mullaney, it is Asita Fernando.
He's been in fantastic form throughout this season, and he was almost knocking the door down to be part of the Ashes series before he got his hamstring injury. I think it was probably a month before the squad would have been announced for the Ashes. He'd just been churning out the runs consecutively, consistently for 15, 16 months.
Yes, he was with England as backup last winter, wasn't he?
Yeah, out in Pakistan. Didn't manage to get a game.
That's Fernando back into the attack. Keaton Jennings drops it on the leg side. It's 53 without loss, and once again time for me to disappear. I'll be back with you later. Been Scott Reed in a moment, but until then, here's Phoebe Graham.
Yeah, so really unfortunate for Jennings not to be able to be part of that England Ashes summer. And I think more so for him that he's not able to have his name in the hat when he'd come off the back of such a fantastic season. But great to see him back on the pitch for the back end of the season for Lancashire. As Fernando comes in, defended by Jennings. And Scott joins alongside me.
Hey, Phoebe. Been quite an interesting first hour, this, hasn't it? It's been really hard fought, I think, hasn't it? For Wells and Jennings, I've had to work really hard here for these runs.
I think it's going to be a graft for the batters, and both of them have that patience in them, even though have an attacking style of cricket within them as well. But it doesn't look pleasant to bat out there, but it also doesn't look too threatening with the ball either. Fernando Jennings advances down and punches that to mid-off. No run.
He's done that a bit, hasn't he, this morning, Jennings? He's used his feet quite a lot. He's advanced step or two down the pitch towards the bowler. I've seen that quite a lot from Keaton Jennings. That's been a tactic he's used all summer, really. Getting forward, pace or two down the pitch. Normally see the keeper coming standing up. That's been a tactic opposition they've used quite a bit, but obviously with the pace that Fernando and Patterson are bowling at the minute, I wasn't able to do that.
Fernando in, shorter delivery, and Jennings hooks that to the deep square leg boundary rider for one run.
Well, you mentioned Keaton's landmark of reaching 10,000 first-class career runs. It's a fantastic achievement. He has been an absolutely terrific signing for Lancashire. I mean, I know he's been at the club for feels like an age now. It's a long time he's been with Lanc since moving from Durham, but brilliant addition he's been, and of course club captain, having had that appointment in the winter.
I was just saying how unfortunate he was really to not be involved in the England series this summer. Lovely shot from Wells there, picked to length beautifully and driven along the floor through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Lovely flick off the legs. Best shot of the day so far from Wells.
Beauty, wasn't it? Bit of Caribbean flair to it, wasn't it, from Link Wells?
I think you've got to take full advantage if the delivery's too full on these wickets, because it's probably the only time you can guarantee to cash in. And Wells plays that so wonderfully off his legs for 4. But yeah, had his injury partway through the season, did Jennings. Fernando in, shorter delivery, and just finds an inside edge but doesn't seem to go anywhere. Misses the stumps. Fernando finishes his over. Lancashire 58 for no wicket.
Yeah, without that injury, I mean, he's had another excellent year, but without that injury, which kept him out, I think, for at least a couple of months, quite a bad hamstring tear.
It was majority of the T20 campaign, wasn't it? He didn't play in any of the shorter format this year.
Yeah, he missed the blast, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, 180 odd not out when he got the hamstring injury at Somerset. I mean, it looked like it would be another season where he's notching up 1,000 runs. He was well on course for that. He's probably going to fall a couple of hundred shy, but having missed 2 months of the season, yeah, he's been such a good player, hasn't he? But I think they've got a really impressive opening pair, I think, here, haven't they? Wells and Jennings. They score different ways as well, even though they're similar looking players. Patterson around the wicket to Jennings. Nice shot, eased away through the onside. It beats the dive of Mullaney. He's been busy as the not skipper. He'll do well to catch up with it here, running towards the boundary. Puts the slide in. Brilliant effort. It has gone for 4, but it's a great effort from Stephen Mullaney. Again, a piece of fielding that gets underneath his body and then he goes scampering after it. Couldn't quite catch it with it in time.
Yeah. I think he'll be disappointed that he missed that ball on the roll. It just went through him, even though he'd put in the dive and then tried everything to recover. But Jennings got the ball away to the boundary as he cranks his score up to 38.
It's actually a little bit of a flip from what we'd normally see from these two. When they bat together a lot of the time, it's Wells that would potentially score a bit quicker than Jennings, isn't it? I mean, they both face pretty much the same number of balls, but Jennings with double the runs. It's driven away into the offside, straight to Slater at point, no run.
They seem to adapt to each other's tempo so well, though, as an opening pair. You don't look at the two of them and say, Wells is definitely going to be at 120 strike rate, whereas Jennings is going to be at 60. You know that they both play the situation so well and have that patience and maturity to, on wickets like this, graft from Wells 14 or 42 deliveries. But they seem to know each other inside out now.
Patterson around the wicket to Jennings. Just plays it late, steers it down towards third man. And through for a single, moves on to 39, so 63 without loss. We're halfway through the 16th over of the day. Jennings and Wells batting nicely here together for Lancashire. Notts looking for their first breakthrough. 3 bowlers used so far in the morning session. Houghton 7 overs for 21. Fernando 4 overs for 13. Here's Patterson into his 5th. Comes over the wicket to Wells. It's defended. Across comes Hasib Hamid from mid-wicket.
He's really targeting the stumps here with Wells, not giving him any width at all. And we've seen one nip away, one nip in the previous over, which nearly got an outside edge, nearly took the top of off. So he's keeping it very simple against Wells, and Wells seems to be quite stuck in his crease, whereas Jennings is really using the depth of his crease, advancing the ball, which seems to be helping him on this wicket.
3 slips waiting. Flashed away off the pads, away to deep backward square leg. Lovely looking shot, 4 more runs. Wells this time guiding the ball away behind square on the leg side. Takes Lancashire on to 67 without loss.
That's what happens when you get too hungry for the stumps. He's just gone middle and leg, and Wells is able to flick that through mid-wicket for 4 very comfortably. As Patterson's just got more and more hungry for those stumps. He's got fuller, he's got straighter, and that one very full on middle and leg, and easy pickings for Wells.
67 without loss. 1 ball remaining of the 16th over. Patterson's gone for 25. Again goes that full ball. And deflected down towards the keeper. He does stop it. It can't prevent the leg bite, and they shuffle through to the end of the 16th over. So 68 without loss. Wells on 18 and Keaton Jennings on 39. Picture perfect day in Manchester now. This is more like it. A happy day. Can we just have this now between now and the end of the season? That'd be lovely. Not much to ask, that, is it?
It's not, no. Not at all. So it felt like quite a transition going from 100 balls to 50 over cricket. So I don't know what it must be like as the county championship players who've gone from super short format to 4-day cricket. There's obviously a lot of this squad also played in the Royal London Cup. Weren't as successful as last year. Notts, who made the final. I think the final for the Royal London Cup's this weekend, isn't it? So Fernando comes in, defended from Wells, gets into a much stronger position there, and really committing to that front foot defensive.
Such has been your busy schedule. You've missed it. It was last weekend.
Oh, was it? There you go. Sorry about that.
Leicestershire.
It was Leicestershire that won, wasn't it? Yeah. Apologies to the Leicester Foxes.
You were playing. So
That's why I missed
exactly,
it.
Yeah.
So I was full concentration on Emirates Old Trafford to beat the Western Storm. Defended by Wells. He's pushing at that point, sort of looking at how he can guide that through gully region that's nice and open. Doesn't look like they've got a third man either, so if he can work that angle to that delivery from Fernando.
Yeah, they've got a fine leg and a deep square leg on the boundary.
Fernando in. Wells flicks that through. Down to fine leg. It actually comes off his pad as the umpire signals a leg by. Really attacking that line as Wells. Anything on leg stump. It's typical left-hander, isn't it? It's their strongest shot. Anything on middle and leg they can work through. For 4. Fernando in. Jennings advances, big swipe. Misses completely.
Yeah, the bulk of Wells's runs have come leg side, behind square in particular. Jennings has been pretty strong both leg side and offside so far.
Yeah, it's just been those slightly wayward deliveries that Wells has taken advantage of. Fernando in. Jennings picks off the Yorker. And manages to survive that fuller delivery from Fernando.
I suppose this game is going to be about bonus points, I guess, isn't it? I mean, Dave was suggesting before about the possibility of gains being won in 2 days. Of course, it does happen, but odds are stacked against that, aren't they? In terms of the game taking a natural course towards a win for either side or the other, without something being manufactured, which again I think is probably unlikely.
Fernando in. Jennings advances again. Big appeal for LBW. Umpire not interested.
Come a long way down again, hasn't he?
He has, yeah, and it looks like it was going down, but as we see this on replay, yes, it definitely was. Hits him on the toe, flush though. That's why the big appeal came from Fernando as he finishes his is over. 70 for no wicket loss. They need to do something to break this partnership.
It looks like the skipper's going to come and have a go. Patterson has been a bit expensive, hasn't he? Gone for 25 from his 5 overs. Stephen Mullaney is going to replace him.
It's probably looked the most threatening out of all the bowlers, though. I think that's where sometimes with bowlers, you don't, particularly in 4-day cricket, you don't mind if they go for the odd 4 where they're searching for the stumps, if they're causing those threats to the batters. No one else has really created anything really apart from Patterson today.
Well, Mullaney comes into the attack. He's not bowled that many overs this summer. I'm just looking at his stats. When he comes around the wicket and bowls, it's full ball, angling towards the pads of Jennings, deflects away off his pads actually. Leg bite signal 71 without loss. He's a very, very handy bowler to have, isn't he, Mullaney? But he's picked up 6 wickets, only bowled 80 overs this summer. I suppose when you've got the attack that he has at his disposal for most of the year. Again, flashed away down the leg side to Wells this time. Good stop by Moores behind the stumps, and there's no run. There's not a great deal of need to bowl yourself too often. He's had obviously Broad for a little bit, and then the front line seamers by Hutton and by Patterson, who have done the bulk of the work. Slip in place, Mullaney in, bowls, driven to the right of Patterson at mid-off, and that'll be 4 runs struck firmly away by Wells, punched to the right of mid-off. Score moves on to 75 without loss.
Yeah, gorgeous shot there from Wells. Transferred all his weight forward and drove that through. Extra cover for 4. Patterson unable to get a dive in to get his body anywhere near that.
I mentioned Brett Hutton's numbers and names being a bit flaky. And they were a bit flappy, weren't they? The numbers and the letters and the number on the back of Brett Hutton's shirt. There's Mullaney. He's in and bowls. It's a lovely shot, swept away behind square on the leg side by Wells for a single. He moves on to 23, 76 without loss. Mullaney stands there, can't quite believe it. But if you look at the back of Mullaney,
fuming at that shot, isn't he, from Wells? It was a lovely timed sweep. Yeah. Mullaney, it's quite disgraceful, really, that the Notts players are going out to field with shirts on that don't even have the name on the back.
He's the captain as well.
Yeah.
Come on, Mullaney.
We're disappointed in you there,
Couldn't
Mullaney.
be more disappointed. In and bowls again. Into the toes of Jennings, squirted away through mid-wicket for a single. Moves on to 40, 77 without loss. I mean, it's just not acceptable, that, is it? You can't, can't go out with your M missing on the back of your shirt.
It sounds like we're being sarcastic, but it's actually not the level of professionalism that you expect for county championship cricket. You're wanting kids to go out and buy your shirt name, but you haven't got it on the back of your back.
Punch to mid-off for a quick single by Wells. He moves on to 24, 78 without loss. I mean, I'm not sure
it's
how
the
many...
end of the season, so maybe we need to give them a bit of grace. Yeah.
I wonder how many kids go into the shop and say, "Can I have Mullaney on the back of my shirt, please?"
I'm sure we could find that out.
I want someone from the Notts
probably
office
about
to
as
come
many that asked Lancashire for a Phoebe Graham shirt. No, I'm sure there'll be more Mullaney's out there.
Oh, there'll be lots. 70. He's got his own fan club. 78 without loss. So Wells on 24 and Jennings on 40. Mullaney. We're going to have to call him Mullaney now, aren't we? There's no M involved in his name anymore. Maybe he's made a decision to drop the M.
Maybe, we don't know. That's not something that's made headline news yet. I'm sure if Beckham got rid of the B, that would be... Beckham would be out there. Fernando in. Big drive from Wells, but just gets a thick edge and it runs down to third. Very well fielded there from Harrison. Excellent chase and throw. Just getting the 1 run.
If anything says end of season feel to it, coming half dressed to a cricket match. It's probably the definition of it, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Fernando in, big swipe there from Jennings, no contact made. Looked like it didn't have as much bounce, that delivery. I think we will see the wicket becoming two pace throughout the 2 days that we've got play here. Yeah, Jennings sort of smiling to himself there, knowing that the graft continues on this wicket for him. 40 off 58. He's taken a much more attacking approach to the game today. He's sat deep in his crease as Fernando approaches. Jennings simply punches that back to him. Takes no risk there.
Keaton Jennings, Lancashire's captain, pristinely dressed. There's nothing missing there. Looks the absolute part. Looks a proper captain, doesn't he? Looks like he's, good example being set. Coming half dressed to a cricket game.
He's a good leader, is Keaton, isn't he? He sets the tone for the Lancs and was probably the natural predecessor after Dane Villas to take on the captaincy. Fernando in, lovely delivery, but punched for 1 run. Yeah, I think Keaton, who I don't think he's had many injuries through his career, but to have such a chunky one in the middle of the season, first year as captain, knocking on the England door again and being considered into test teams was just so unfortunate for him. And I think that's where sport isn't that kind to you, really, and you don't get in often what you put out. There's no equation to it where your luck can fall. Fernando in, big drive there from Wells, challenging. That's Montgomery on the boundary there as they come back for 2. Big outfield as always at Emirates Old Trafford. Shorter straight but really big pockets, and Lancs struggled to get results here for the 4-day cricket. 5 drawn here at Emirates Old Trafford. Comes to a huge advantage for them when it comes into T20 though. They've got a phenomenal record at home in the T20 cricket, but when it moves then to 4-day cricket, they've just struggled to find a formula to win here this year. Fernando sprays that down the leg side. Good take from Tom Moores. Completes the over. Lancashire 82 for no wicket. There's 19 overs been bowled today.
Yeah, I think every match has been drawn, isn't it? Every 4-day game here has been a draw. Of the 2 results they've had it this season in home fixtures in terms of a team winning have both been at outgrounds. Having won at Southport and then lost at Blackpool against Essex. They defeated Blackpool, the victory against Hampshire. But I agree, Phoebe. It's a challenge, isn't it, for them to try and find a way of winning games of cricket here.
And often they've... what Emirates Old Trafford is famous for is playing spin, getting the ball to rag, getting the ball to turn. And they've obviously lost now the leg spinner in Parkinson. Tom Hartley's probably going to have more interaction with England throughout the next couple of years.
There's Mullaney around the wicket, bowls driven away by Keaton Jennings out towards the cover boundary. He gets through for 1, moves on to 43. The score moves on to 83.
And they've tried different things with the wickets this year to see whether they can almost create more. I think they've had a green top, they've used a test wicket, they've tried different things to try and create a win, but they'll be talking in depth of what do they need to win county championship games here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Okay, Mullaney to Wells, again speared in down the leg side. Great take by Moores, standing up behind the stumps.
Because you look at the starting 11 And you look at the depth of the squad, I think that's what's so remarkable about Lancashire, is the depth that they've got, the number of players that go do international duties and the players that come in and step up. They're 5th in the table this year, and I don't think that represents who they are as a club.
It's back and tries to cut the ball, playing a miss. Getting snaffled by Moores with the gloves on, no run.
So there will be some big conversations, I'm sure, in terms of what they're lacking and missing. They've signed a lot of pace bowlers this year. They had the signings of de Grandhomme, Mitchell, who've been handy, particularly in the shorter format.
Forward was Wells and defends off Mulaney's bowling. Back down to the not skipper, and there's no run.
But I wonder whether they need to be looking to sign a serious spinner for the run of games at Emirates Old Trafford when the ball starts turning. Particularly the fact that they've got such a wonderful attack.
Mulaney to Wells. Goes back, tries to find a gap through the offside. Not fielded cleanly by Ben Slater at point, so Wells can sneak through for 1. Moves on to 28. 84 without loss.
Often there's been the likes of Luke Wood, who's obviously on international duties against Ireland in the ODI, but has been on the bench for the red ball stuff, and you think, well, he's a threatening wicket taker, but you've got brilliant overseas in de Grandhomme and Mitchell.
Jabbed down the pitch by Jennings, another full straight ball by Mulaney, and there's no run. 2 runs coming off Mulaney's second over of the day. We've had 20 in the Lancashire first innings, 84 on the board. Wells on 28, Jennings on 42.
So I think it'll be some interesting conversations that are going on behind the scenes for next year. Notts on the other foot, currently 7th in the table. Don't look like they're going to be in the relegation battle with Middlesex, Kent and Northants. Middlesex, who are 8th, have 95 points, so there's a big gap between the two of them, but I think a draw today, tomorrow will secure them from being in relegation. But I think that probably represents where they are and how they're finding their feet in Division 1. I think they are a Division 1 team, but they're not pressing on how they're winning games of cricket, winning the county championship yet. As Fernando comes in, takes the middle stump from Wells, who plays a lucrative on drive, completely misses it, stumps out the ground. First wicket of the day, Lancashire 84 for 1.
Well, it's a pretty spectacular sight for the fast bowler, isn't it? So going for that big booming shot, and the ball crashing into the stumps and doing quite a bit of damage. Middle stump out the ground, leg stump looking a bit wonky. A rather comprehensive way to see the end of a very good opening partnership between Jennings and Wells, putting on 84 for the first wicket. Reward for Asita Fernando. He's bowled with great enthusiasm through the course of the morning session. Got the ball to move a bit, didn't he, early on in particular. He's running hard and trying to bowl quick, and he's beaten Wells there, maybe a little bit of extra pace. It's 84 for 1.
Yeah, lovely delivery from Fernando to get rid of Luke Wells. Wells playing expansive on drive, just misses it, and stump shattered, cartwheeling from the ground. Bohannon joins Jennings at the crease, who's also had a brilliant year with the bat.
Yeah, he's right up there with the country's leading run scorers, certainly Division 1's leading run scorers. He has passed 1,000 runs for the season. Josh Bohannon, it's the first time he's reached that milestone. I think he's got kind of north of 800 in previous years, but first year he's gone past 1,000 championship runs for the season, and not many on that list. I think it was just James Rue on that list up until the moment that Bohannon reached it. There's now 3 because Tom Wesley's got to 1,000 runs. Wesley, Bohannon and Rue all with 1,000 runs for the season in the county championship. So yeah, he's had an absolutely outstanding year, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. And there's been a lot of talk around Bohannon being a fantastic player, which he is, and it's good to see him coming good, particularly at his age. I think he's 25, 26, and it's when you're wanting your career to really peak in cricket and that maturity setting in. Fernando comes in, drags that down the leg side. Bohannon leaves alone.
Bumble was with us for the other championship match, or last week's championship game against Middlesex, and he was saying he reckons he's every bit a test match batter, Josh Bohannon.
Yeah.
Does feel that. And
he's got a good eye to spot them, hasn't he? So
yep.
When he likes someone, he can certainly spot the talents and probably predict the future of what's going to happen in English cricket. Him and Rue from Somerset, I think he's a wonderful player. Really young gun. Fernando in, defended by Bohannon.
Just looking at some of the scores elsewhere, you just mentioned there, Phoebe, about Notts being in a draw this week, potentially. I mean, that will certainly get them well clear of it, even if they're not already. But the three that are involved in it, Northants look like they're pretty much done. So it looks like 1 from 2, either Kent or Middlesex. And every game this week has been pretty badly affected by the weather, albeit the Middlesex-Warwickshire game is more advanced than the Somerset-Kent match so far. I'll take a look at those two games in a minute. It's defended away by Bohannon into the offside for no runs. So Warwickshire and Middlesex playing this week at Lords in their championship game. Somerset-Kent is the other match as well. Middlesex against Warwickshire. So Middlesex making 121 in their first innings, all out for 121. Take a look at the Warwickshire reply in a moment.
Fernando into Bohannon, defended off his hip, no run.
So Warwickshire in reply to that Middlesex total of 121. Can see it now for viewers on Lancs TV. Are 296 for 8. There's a terrific knock here by Danny Briggs, who's 97 not out. So the Bears lead Middlesex by 175 in the match at Lords. So he's a little bit more advanced than the Somerset-Kent match. So that's been pretty badly affected by rain. We'll take a look at that in a minute.
Fernando in to complete his over. Just flicked away. Down for 4 from Bohannon. So he advanced that delivery and managed to clip that away on the full. Just 4 off the over, and that breakthrough wicket of Luke Wells. Fernando took out his middle stump. A brilliant opening partnership of 84 runs from Jennings and Wells. But Lancashire now 1 down, 88 runs scored off 21 overs.
It's the game at Taunton. Somerset taking on Kent. Kent are currently second from bottom in the Division 1. And Somerset making, well, they're still into their first innings. They're making a big score in their first innings. They're currently 316 for 3. Somerset batting first. Lewis Goldsworthy unbeaten on a century, so he's batting nicely. Somerset stacking up the runs there. 316 for 3 against Kent. As forward goes Jennings. Oh, he's been given out. LBW. Big appeal by Mullaney. And the umpire, Ian Blackwell, raises his finger, and Jennings departs for 42, and the Nottinghamshire skipper gets his first wicket of the day, trapping his counterpart, LBW, for 42.
Yeah, Jennings looked disappointed. Was it bat then pad? Was it pad then bat? It doesn't matter. He departs, and Notts find that next wicket, 88 for 2. Jennings goes for 42 runs and looks slightly disheartened by that. But he does get himself forward, doesn't he? He's got a big juicy pad. And it wasn't clear. It'd have been one that goes upstairs if we had the DRS system, but unfortunately he does depart. We're just trying to watch this back. Ooh, it's hard to know. What are you saying, Scott?
I think if he reviews it, it might be one of those kind of umpire's call, couldn't it? Just maybe hitting him in line of off stump. It's tight, isn't it? He's got a good way forward. As you described it,
I
juicy.
think he thinks...
Juicy front pad.
I don't know whether he's hit it. It's one of those where the bat and pad are so close together. The ball, you're unclear whether it's gone pad bat pad. But he's taken a big stride forward, and the line of the ball.
Okay. So you reckon you might have hit it first? Oh, it's close, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, that's the breakthrough they were looking for. Yeah. 88 for 2. And 2 new batters at the crease. Croft and Bohannon.
Yeah, double breakthrough for Notts. Mullaney strikes. Does have a wonderful habit, doesn't he? Mullaney of just kind of bowling pretty straight, wicket to wicket, keeper standing up, targeting those pads. It's something we've seen for so many seasons now, isn't it, from the Notts skipper? Again, fall outside off stump to his old mate Stephen Croft, who's on strike now. Through to Moores, no run.
Yeah, we talk about it a lot in our analysis meetings, that often the most simple plans are the most effective. Keep the stumps in play, allow the ball to nibble around a bit, and that's exactly what Mullaney's does as his trade.
Shuffles his way back in again. There's Croft off the front foot, getting forward and defending. Bouncing back down the pitch. And there is no run. Stephen Croft returning to the Lancashire side this week. He's not played for a little while in the Championship. Not played too many red ball games this season, actually. Stephen Croft last played before the break for the One Day Cup. He played in the match at Northants. Let's turn back down towards Mullaney by Croft.
Do you think Croft will play another year for Lancs?
Well, he seems to get another year every year, doesn't he? We've been wondering whether this will be his final year, or will he play again? And seems to keep on going, doesn't he?
I think he loves the game, doesn't he?
Waits for Mullaney. Defends a full ball on his off stump. Back down the pitch. No run.
There's some cricketers that will just keep going until their body's kaput, and there's others that have a duration of time that just you've reached your mental capacity and lost the hunger for the game. But I think that's why you see club cricketers going till they're 70, and you have an England over 70s team.
Mullaney to Croft. Drops a little short on this delivery, and Croft defends safely away into the offside. No run. End of the over. 88 for 2. Bohannon on 4. Croft on 0. And a wicket maiden for Stephen Mullaney. 88 for 2 on the ball. We've got about just over half an hour remaining of the morning session. Lunch at 20 to 1 with this extended day's play. And pretty enjoyable first hour and a half, really. Runs and a couple of wickets, and been decent stuff to watch. He's bowled well, hasn't he, Fernando? He's good fun to watch.
Yeah, he has. He's bowled really well, and got that wicket of Wells that's created a little tumble for Lancs. But they've had some great signings this year of Notts. They've picked their overseas well. Fernando in and just misses the outside edge of Bohannon. The slip cordon are loving it. There's a bit of energy out there in the Notts field now, which is good. They've been injected by 2 wickets, and if they can get another couple by lunch, it creates an interesting day's play.
Yeah, there's a little bit extra extra energy, as you say, isn't there now amongst the Notts players? And they picked up a couple of wickets, try and find one more before lunch if they can.
Fernando in and defended comfortably by Bohannon. Who's 4 from just 7 deliveries. It's a grafting day for the batters. The pitch doesn't look remarkable to play on. It's been weathered with the 2 days of rain, an old wicket, and it's not coming through nicely onto the bat. It's just slow off the pitch and really hard to get yourself in here at Emirates Old Trafford. It's Fernando in and defended by Bohannon on front foot.
I feel like we've all been weathered after 2 days of rain.
Oh, when the sky was blue this morning, I was like, oh my God, how amazing. It's incredible how it changes your mood,
It does, doesn't it? It is, yeah. It was lovely this morning walking. I got the train in this morning. I thought, 'cause it's such a nice day, and I was fed up with sitting in the traffic for an hour and a half last 2 days. But it was nice walking up to the train station and getting on the train and beautiful blue sky. Everyone's just happier, aren't they, when the sun is shining?
Absolutely. That's why holidays are so important. Fernando in, defended again by Bohannon.
It's one of them. I've not had one of them for a while, a holiday.
I know. I'm going to have one in a few weeks' time.
Happy days.
Can't wait.
You've had a busy summer, haven't you? Because if you've not been up here, if you've not been out there playing, you've been up here commentating, haven't you? I mean, you never seem to have a break.
I've enjoyed it though.
Good,
I really enjoy the commentary side of things, and it's a nice way to find a balance with playing, really.
Okay.
Just almost, it switches you off in a different way, even though you're still watching and talking about cricket. Fernando in, shorter delivery. Just gets to Bohannon's head height, which is not the tallest man.
We were at a game together at Headingley, weren't we? I think it was a 100 match, and you played first, double header, and the originals playing first. You came up and joined us in the commentary box, and your first commentary stint, you put the headphones on and it started to rain. And we never got out there again, did we? I don't think.
There were a few of those days in the 100, weren't there? It just this has probably been the wettest season that we've had for quite some time.
Feels that way. In fact, there's some numbers I can throw into that to try and back it up.
Fernando in, good length delivery. Bohannon defends again. Another good over from Fernando. Maiden, no runs scored from it. He's 1 for 21 off his 8 overs.
I think Chris Rimmer, who's the Lancashire scorer, was providing some stats about overs lost. This is before this match. Lancashire had lost 641 overs, which is a considerable increase on last year, for example. So yeah, it's been a bit of a damp summer at times. Working hard on the hotel to polish things up, get it ready for its grand opening. Phoebe's left us. Dave Bracecoastle's rejoined us. 88 for 2, 23 overs gone.
Who's doing that? Is anybody penciled in to officially open it?
Don't know. Not sure, actually.
It's Stephen Mullaney from this end of the ground and bowls his first ball of the new over to Stephen Croft, his old mucker from Lancashire Academy days. Croft drops it on the leg side. I was next door, actually, on air when Keaton Jennings LBW was given. I've not seen the replays. I don't know if you had a close look. You often see the bowlers appeal for the bat pads and try and plead their case to the umpires, but clearly umpire Blackwell, former bowler himself, was a very decent all-rounder. So we're in favour of Mullaney. This has worked away on the leg side for a single. Did it look pad first?
Well, we're just discussing it, and we've looked at a few replays, and we're not entirely convinced ourselves, really. I think we're going to have a little look at it here again. This is the replay of it. It's a close one.
Difficult to tell, isn't it? You'd need Snicker.
You would.
And unfortunately, we haven't got it, but the umpires haven't got it. They just have to go with the gut feel. And Ian Blackwell felt it, brushed the pad first. Here's Mullaney into Josh Bohannon and defends. Stephen Mullaney at the moment in this spell looking to do something that he hasn't done at all this season, and that's take more than 1 wicket in an innings. So possibly armed with those stats, he might want to bring himself out of the attack. He's now taken 7 wickets this season, but they've all come in 7 different innings, and those 7 wickets have cost 46 apiece. Doesn't bowl anywhere near as much as he used to, and clearly goes for a lot more runs as well per wicket. Bowls again to Bohannon and is defended. One thing he does do very well though is know when it's appropriate to bring himself on, and it's usually in the depths of a lengthy partnership, and he did that, came on, although he didn't get the first wicket. He started to put the brakes on and got the second wicket. Like Manchester Trams too came along at once. 2 wickets within the space of 7 deliveries. Next ball is chopped away nicely on an angle of 45 with an open face by Josh Bohannon, and there'll be a couple of runs there to the young Lancastrian, who got 68 and 92 at Trent Bridge in that match earlier in the season in Nottingham. Had a very fine game indeed. Just having a look, Scott, there were 7 players in each side playing in this one that played at Nottingham, so not wholesale changes, but enough. Luke Fletcher and the 3 England boys, Duckett, Stone and Broad, played for Nottinghamshire in that match at Nottingham, and that's been taken by Moores. There was a little edge, and Stephen Mullaney does have his 2nd wicket of the morning, his 2nd wicket in the innings. That's the first time this season, and also more importantly, Notts now have a bowling bonus point, 91 for 3. And from 84 without loss, again, it's one of those situations where we have to say cricket never stops surprising you. 3 wickets for 9 runs, and a wicket, as we saw there on the live stream, those of you watching the pictures, it's not a wicket to Stephen Mullaney, it's a wicket to Mullaney. He seems to have lost the M off his name, but a good catch by Tom Moores. Just managed to snaffle it, might have needed 2 grabs at it, but never easy standing up to the medium pacer, but he's done a good job there. Yeah, there is Mr. Mullaney taking the accolades and celebrations from his teammates, and a short stay at the crease for Josh Bohannon. He's only made 6 this time, caught by Tom Moores from the bowling of the Notts skipper. Yeah,
it's a shame really, because Mullaney's done well, but I just can't take him seriously. He's come partly dressed, and I think until he actually comes out properly, in proper outfit, you know, as a captain should, and I just can't take him seriously.
I was reminded yesterday by Julie James, Lyndon James' mum, who's here. His mum and dad generally get to the games when they can. That Joe Clark, if he wore the same shirt that he had at Canterbury last week, it would be appropriate, because he lost the C and the L and the E. So he just said arc. Well, that was certainly something that we look like we might need over the first 2 days. Joe Ark he was down at Canterbury. 91 for 3 after 24 overs. So Lancashire have lost 7 for 3 effectively, haven't they, in the space of 3.5 overs.
He's bowled well, hasn't he? It's classic Mullaney, that, isn't it? That keeper standing though, runs in, wicket to wicket, just gets the ball to shape away a little bit, just does enough. Batter can't really do much about it. He's cramped for room with the keeper standing up behind him. It's a really nice delivery. Little outside edge. Great take by Moores. 91 for 3. He's been entertaining so far. First couple of hours of the match. As Fernando comes tearing in again, he turns Croft around a little bit as he tries to work the ball away to mid-wicket. Takes a leading edge out towards Lyndon James. George Bell, new batter, coming out to replace Josh Bohannon. Bell into this his first full season, having made his debut halfway through last year. So he's at the non-strikers end. There are 2 slips in place. A backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. There's a 3rd man and there's a fine leg. Croft waits for Asita Fernando, who bowls again. And that's eased up towards Mullaney at mid-off. And there is no run. Croft remains on 1. First game for a couple of weeks for Stephen Croft, having not featured in the last couple of championship matches, and was part of the coaching staff for the One Day Cup. In fact, this is just his, I think it's just his 5th game of the championship season for Lancashire, so not played too much red ball cricket. Waits for Fernando, who's in from the Anderson end balls, to Croft, forward again. Ball pushed away into the offside, and there's no run. 91 for 3, halfway through the 25th over. Notts winning the toss and electing to bowl first. Down to a couple of slips now. Joe Clark and Calvin Harrison, the 2 slip fielders. Clark with his cap on and Harrison with his white Notts sun hat on. On a bright sunny day. Fernando to Croft. Up onto his toe, just leans into it and dabs the ball safely away into the offside. Lyndon James again at extra cover fields. No run.
Heard you talking to Phoebe about Stephen Croft and whether he'll go on. I guess with Samit Patel now leaving Notts, he says he's open to offers and wants to carry on, but if he isn't signed by anybody for next year's Blast, I guess Stephen Croft will be the sole remaining player left from the very first year of the T20 Blast in this country. Been around since the start of that competition. Him and Samit, Danny Briggs.
Croft just nudging the ball up towards mid-on. There's no run.
Danny Briggs, last time I looked, was on the brink of a very rare century. I think he's had one before, but just have a little look. In fact, Warwickshire just dismissed at Lord's, 315. Oh dear. Briggs caught Simpson, bowled Helm for 99. That's the second player in this round of matches dismissed for 99. Matt Critchley of Essex yesterday fell for the same score, didn't they? Crikey. Danny Briggs out for 99. You don't get too many opportunities coming in at 9 or 10.
Fernando to Croft. Going forward and defence, no run. End of the over. 20 minutes until lunch. 91 for 3. There's been a little bit of rain about. They've taken an early lunch at Worcester, along with here, one of the grounds hardest hit maybe over the first couple of days. Worcestershire 179 for 4, off for rain, and they've taken an early lunch there. Worcestershire, Durham in Division 2, they're the top 2 sides, aren't they? And they did briefly go off at Northampton in that Rachel Hale Flint Trophy match. South East Stars 89 for 7 there, another good job with the ball for Kirsty Gordon. She's now 2 for 13 after 7, and Marie Kelly 2 for 7 after 3. They've done the bulk of the damage. All the scores, all the updates on the BBC Sport website and app. If you have a look there, it'll tell you that Stephen Mullaney's currently got figures of 4 overs 2 for 12 as he runs in now, and it's cut away by Bell to backward point and hands on head. Ben Slater doing his level best to get there. Now, did he get there? There's cries of catch. There's some exclamations of frustration out there in the middle. Young George Bell not quite keeping that one down, and Mullaney is in again and bowls. Bell works this on the leg side. Got that umbrella field now. The catching umbrella field, if you like, 2 catching mid wickets, 2 catching extra covers. Mullaney doing a good job here. He's got the keeper standing up. He's got a slip there as well. George Bell under a little bit of pressure to get off the mark. Here is Stephen Mullaney. Balls, and this one, we can see it from here, just jagged back quite sharply there. Bell was looking into a position to get into a position to play it in the V, and ends up just tracking it on the leg side and fielded by Clark. This is Stephen Mullaney's 14th first-class game against Lancashire. Been a terrific servant, signed
4 knots in that winter of 2009-2010. Scored a century on his debut and has really looked back since. Ball's one that just hurries on to George Bell and he defends.
Yeah, it did, didn't it? It seemed to sneak through to him a little bit quicker, maybe just a little bit low to Bell.
Succeeded Chris Reed. I think he was the obvious choice to succeed Chris Reed when Reed retired at the end of the 2017 season. He picked up a hand injury struck by Tino Bell that season down at the Ageas Bowl, and Mullaney took over for 3 or 4 games. This one's pushed into the offside, so I think we sort of had an inkling into the future then when Mullaney stood in for the injured Reed. But he's done a good job. Led the side out of Division 2 last year. They found themselves almost voted into Division 2. They had a poor 2019 campaign. His delivery is pitched up there, and Bell defence was a maiden for Mullaney, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 12. Of course, we didn't have the traditional county championship set up in the COVID seasons or the behind closed door seasons of 2020 and 2021. They had the conference groups, didn't they, which Notts did particularly well both years. But then 2022 they reverted to the county championship and they decided to go back to the finishing positions in 2019. So Notts spent last year in Division 2, won it quite handsomely in the end. And we're highly optimistic of really pushing on this year, but for a number of reasons they've not necessarily been able to get over the line in a number of games and have fallen short of the sort of standards they set themselves last year and find themselves 7th.
Dane Patterson returns from the Anderson end to Croft. Rolls out towards Hamid, who comes up from mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, Patterson on 47 wickets this season, taken over 50 in his first 2 years. Luke Fletcher 2 years ago was the leading wicket taker, Patterson second. Patterson was leading wicket taker last year, and it's been a little bit of a tussle between Brett Hutton and Dane Patterson this year. Hutton's 7 in front going into these last 2 matches, 54 to Patterson's 47.
Into Croft with 2 slips waiting. And Croft defends. The ball may just have come back in towards him. Bouncing out towards Lyndon James at extra cover, and there's no run.
Not entirely sure what the stats are for starting a match on day 3, but traditionally if you win the toss and put a side in, you're generally quite happy, aren't you, if you get 3 wickets in that first morning session. So Notts at least have done that, but Lancashire have, certainly with the openers there, in particular Keaton Jennings, found runs relatively easy to come by. Got off to a good start.
Dried up since the dismissal of the openers. Croft smothers his ball away into the offside again for no run.
I think purely by the number of runs they've got, we're looking at an even session at worst, aren't we, here? Shared session. Notts will be pleased to have got that first bowling bonus point, another one that'll just take them a little bit further away, or I think they're unlikely to be caught by Northants and both of Kent and Middlesex now.
Patterson to Croft. It's nudged away towards the leg side for a single. Hamid scoops it up and sends a throw in. Croft moves on to 2, 92 for 3. I'm just seeing on my screen to my right here that Northants have picked up a 3rd Surrey wicket, so they've had a pretty solid start. Luke Proctor's got 2 of them, 2 for 13. Viewers on Lancs TV can see actually this latest Proctor dismissal. It was a sharp-looking ball, which was edged behind to the keeper. So 2 wickets for Proctor, and Surrey have lost 3 early on. Northamptonshire 357 all out, and Surrey in reply 47 for 3. Patterson's in and bowls, and Bell's up and running. It's worked out towards Hutton, who stops the ball nicely at mid-on, away to his right-hand side. Bell gets his first single. He moves on to 193 for 3 now.
It's been a fairly grim week for Sussex off the park. There have been docked points for various misdemeanours. Not going so well on the park either. Their match at Derby was also like this one. Washed away on days 1 and 2. Sussex put into bat this morning, a 61 for 5. There is a little bit of the action on your screens, those of you watching Lancs TV.
And it's Patterson to Croft, left. And, through to Moores. It's the end of the over. 27 gone, 93 for 3.
Sussex, I think, had outside chances of going up, along with, it seems like, Durham. They're very, very close to securing it. But last week they lost to, or they beat Leicestershire, didn't they, to retain those hopes, but then were docked 12 points, as I say, for those various misdemeanours. The scorecard at Sussex, at Derby, the Sussex first innings will delight, I guess, some folks in this particular neck of the woods, because wicketkeeper Brooke Guest, they're 61 for 5, and every single one of them has been caught by Brooke Guest, the wicketkeeper, as Mullaney starts a new over, keeps low and grabbed by Tom Moores, who of course made his first-class debut for the Red Rose, for Lancashire. It was one of those periods where there were any number of unavailable players available to keep wicket, and I think it was a match at Southport, wasn't it, against Durham, where Tom Moores made his debut. I know Dad Peter went across to watch as Mullaney comes in and down the leg side, and that's got away from Tom Moores. It didn't come off the pad. I don't think the keeper had any chance. No, it's by, so maybe Tom unsighted. Maybe it just brushed off his glove rather than the pad of George Bell. But difficult standing up, isn't it, when one's fired down the leg side? But 4 byes. Extras have had a pretty decent morning. Yes, it made a few headlines at the time, that game at Southport, didn't it? Lancashire and Durham. Jimmy Anderson versus Ben Stokes. I think it's build up as this one's driven into the offside, no run, of course, for young Master Moores to make his first class debut. It was a great occasion on the coast there, and I think was it the day after Durham was stuck around. I think was the match over in 3 days, or Durham was staying on because they had another away fixture. This one's driven, and there's a misfield. There's been a number of misfields from Notts this morning. They haven't been as sharp in the field as they'd like, but this time Brett Hutton dives over one, and it's away for 4, and gifted runs really there for George Bell, and that will bring the Lancashire total up into 3 figures, 101 for 3. Yeah, back to Southport to finish in 2016. I think there were pictures, weren't there, of Ben Stokes playing with some of the Southport youngsters. Made all the national newspapers. Whether Scott Reed was in goal or not, I'm not entirely sure.
No,
they said youngsters. It may have been you and a few kids, was it?
I was ruled out.
Next delivery is blocked by George Bell, and it remains 101 for 3. Notts haven't been to Southport since 2011. They actually won on that particular occasion. Seem to think Darren Pattinson and Andre Adams, no real surprise, Andre Adams amongst the wickets, but I think they were the two that took Notts to victory. Nice to see Andre back at Trent Bridge a couple of weeks ago. This one is forced into the offside, and there's no run. Remains 101 for 3 at the end of the 28th over. We are smack on 12:30.
Been that particular fixture that Dave's referring to there, the match between Lancs and Durham a few years ago was a belting game of cricket. We've had some good matches at Southport. Good game between Lancashire and Hampshire there this year. Lancashire won. They're the 3 wickets to fall today. Wells, Jennings and Bannon. 28, 42 and 6. Mullaney with a couple. Fernando with one as well as Mullaney, 2 for 16, and Fernando with the others. Patterson comes in and bowls. Forward was Croft in defence, and there's no run. Phoebe Graham's back alongside me. You've gone for your jumper, Phoebe. You're getting a bit chilly.
Yeah, it's
okay.
Beautiful day, but I think it's just getting a bit colder and colder from the comms box.
Well, I could close the windows and put a bit of the heating on.
Well, yeah, I could have my sunglasses on as well, so it's quite contradicting to what we're seeing in front of us.
2 short mid wickets in place as Patterson balls to Croft. That's worked into the onside. Picked up by Clark, and there is no run. Yes, if you're watching in the stands today, you want to be in sunshine, don't you? I think shade will be quite chilly, but if you've got a bit of sunshine, it'll just keep you nice and toasty, will that? There's a few dotted around. There's a little collection of supporters in the front of the pavilion. 2 blocks of seating there, and then there's some in the terrace area in front of the hotel. The new hotel, the members area there as well. Croft plays and misses. And the ball sneaks through towards Moores. And there's no run. 101 for 3.
Yeah, the super animated of the Notts players on the pitch at the moment. It feels like they've found a little bit of an in after breaking that partnership of Wells and Jennings, who put on 84 this morning and now got them 3 down for 101. I don't think Patterson's really got his rewards yet, but he's been threatening with the ball.
Yeah, he's beaten the bat a couple of times in this over. It's driven by Croft. That's a nice looking shot. It doesn't get him a run though, because Brett Hutton does well away to his left hand side from mid on. Good tumbling stop. So Croft remains on 2. Lancashire 101 for 3. And they've plugged away all through the course of this morning session. Took a while for that first breakthrough. Good partnership between Wells and Jennings to set things up for Lancashire, but fought back nicely Notts with the ball. Hammered away into the offside by Stephen Croft. Fielded by Ben Slater just at backward point. And there's no run. He's been searching a bit here, hasn't he, Croft? Trying to free his arms up, trying to get bat and ball, and having to use all his vast experience to perhaps not try and force it too much. 23 balls faced, and he scored a couple. Bell at the other end on 5.
I think it's a really hard pitch to score on.
I think it is.
It seems to be coming through really slowly.
Final ball of the over, and driven to mid-off by Croft, and there is no run. 101 for 3, 29 overs gone. Nottinghamshire electing to have a ball first, have picked up 3 wickets. Can they find one more before lunch? Approaching lunch, Phoebe Graham and Dave Bracegirdle will take you to lunch.
Yeah, it's been a good session so far for Nottinghamshire. Wells and Jennings put in quite a shift this morning to get that 84-run partnership, and it was Fernando who broke the partnership, took Wells's middle stump tumbling, and we've seen the loss of Jennings and Bohannon since then. So I think Notts in the driving seat. They'll be pleased with the start so far. 101 for 3. As Mullaney comes in and defended comfortably by Bell.
During 2 overs, this one from Mullaney and one more probably, so it'll be 31 over session. If we get them all in, it's going to be a long old day. 104 overs they're trying to squeeze in.
Mullaney in, targeting the stumps again, and Bell just drives that to Clark in mid-wicket. Yeah, I think it'll be the light that has something to play at the end of the day. More than anything, it's definitely starting to turn into those winter months when it gets darker in the evening, and 104 overs is a big ask to get in when there's so much seam. Mullaney in, defended by Bell again. He's just really relentless at those stumps, is Mullaney, isn't he? It's what he's very good at and known for. But on these sort of pitches, very hard to score off.
Yeah, he's had a good morning personally, winning the toss and taking 2 wickets.
Mullaney in. Big defensive shot there by Bell again for no run.
Not exactly been at their sharpest in the field, Notts, this morning. There's been a few runs gifted, 1 or 2 misfields, 1 or 2 wayward deliveries early on. The first 8 runs were all leg byes down the leg side.
Mullaney wide of the off stump. Bell slashes as that, and it tickles away. Hits an outside edge for 4 runs.
Yeah, another day he chops onto his stumps there, but George Bell's day at the moment, just managed to bottom edge it past the keeper and away. Just avoided the pile of sawdust at the far end and away for 4. Won't improve Stephen Malady's mood any.
His figures are nice so far. 2 for 20. Final delivery from the over. In and defended by Bell. Finishes his 7th over. 2 for 20 from it. And Lancashire are 105 for 3 wickets.
Yeah, I've just seen the 4 bowlers used this morning. The 3 principal seamers, Brett Hutton, Dane Patterson and Sita Fernando. Stephen Maloney taking pace off with Tom Moore standing up. We've not yet seen either Lyndon James or the leg spinner Calvin Harrison.
So who's been your favourite overseas from Notts this year, Dave?
There is Patterson in and bowls a short pitch delivery which goes through to the keeper. I think you said earlier they've had a good year for signing overseas for the different competitions. Certainly box office, Shaheen Shah Afridi bought a lot, and he certainly couldn't fault his effort, and I don't think we'll ever forget the one dramatic over in the T20 Blast where at the end of it Warwickshire or Birmingham Bears was 7 for 4. I don't think I've ever seen an over that has finished 7 for 4 the first over of the innings. Here's Patterson in and bowls. This is pushed in to the offside. So he was box office. It was a real shame that he wasn't available for the quarter-final against Somerset. I mean, Notts would have been underdogs going down to Taunton for that quarter-final, but with him in the side, might just have had more of a chance. They brought Imad Wasim in, who we've seen before, where he played very, very full role in Notts winning the Blast in 2020, so it was nice to see him again. Colin Munro, also his first year with Notts, as this one's cut away into the offside, will be fielded by Slater. So their Blast signings, I think, were all terrific. In the Championship, Dane Patterson has once again had a terrific year. He's just so consistent, week on, week. He'll run in and give you everything. They signed Will Young for those 2-3 matches in the middle of the season, and he scored a century on debut, which is always nice to see. Always nice for
always handy, isn't it?
A new signing to come in and make a contribution straight away. Next one is worked on the leg side by Croft. They almost met in the middle there. Croft certainly advanced down the track. We're too far away to know if there was any noise made by Stephen Croft. Young Bell came and almost met the senior batter in the middle before being sent back. And of course, for these last 3 games, it was a little bit of a surprise. Sometimes we hear a whisper that there might be a signing in the offing. Sometimes we don't. Certainly didn't hear anything until the day before the match at Canterbury last week that Sita Fernando had been signed for these last 3 matches. Notts have got, on paper anyway, huge depths of seam bowling options as this is pushed into the offside, but they're on paper, but they can't get them out on the park. Luke Fletcher recovering from his ankle injury, Ollie Stone with various ailments, and 1 or 2 others. So they've gone with Sita Fernando, and he popped up with some important wickets last week and made the breakthrough this morning. I think we're just about on the brink of lunch, aren't we? 1 ball left.
So you still haven't given us your favourite though, Dave. Oh, you've done a great overview there.
Next delivery. This goes through to the keeper. So you're asking me to pick people who've come in and out in the space of a fortnight, or somebody who's been here for 3 years.
It made the biggest impact for you, Dave.
I really, I've got all the time in the world for Dane Patterson. I think he's a terrific bloke, and as I say, he runs in wholeheartedly. Very much enjoyed seeing the others, but could only have one. It could be Dane Patterson. There we are, putting me on the spot. I'll have to find a way of getting my own back. It's lunch here at Emirates Old Trafford. Nottinghamshire had to wheel away a whirl away for 20 overs before they got a wicket. And then they got 3 in a little cluster there. The first to go was Luke Wells, bowled by Sita Fernando. He's looking to play quite an attacking shot, really, to a full pitch delivery. Lost a couple of his stumps. Wells out for 28. That was 84 for 1 in the 21st. Start of the next over, Keaton Jennings giving out LBW. We've all had a look at the replays, and clearly the camera view not quite as good as that given by umpire Blackwell, because he and Stephen Mullaney were in tandem. Mullaney appealed and the umpire gave Keaton Jennings out LBW for 42. That was 88 for 2 in the 22nd, and then in the 24th over, Josh Bohannon just had a little nibble at Stephen Mullaney. He seems to have lost his M somewhere this morning. He was out for 6, caught maybe at the second attempt by Tom Moore standing up. That was 91 for 3. Stephen Croft and George Bell have taken the score on to 105 for 3. Even session?
I think so, yeah. I think Notts probably will feel the advantage getting those 3 quick wickets, as Jennings and Wells only put on the 84 opening partnership stand. But really, it's probably a fair contention at the moment.
Thanks, Phoebe. Reminder, we've got sort of weird start and finish times today. 20 past 1 we should resume. The weather looks set fair, so Scott Reed, Phoebe Graham, myself, Dave, back then, and we hope you'll join us.
Room.
How's that? How's that? Oh. Oh.
How's that? How's that?
And a very good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford in ample time for the start of the afternoon session here on what is day 3 technically, but day 1 in terms of the reality of this LV County Championship Division 1 game between Lancashire and Notts. I'm sure you'll have had your own thoughts on how that morning session went. We're sitting on the fence here in the commentary box. Phoebe Graham, Scott Reed, myself, Dave Bracegirdle, with a Lancashire score of 105 for 3, and it's just fairly easy, Scott. Just to say it was probably an even session at the end of it, but it was almost a session of 2 halves because Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells got Lancashire off to such a good start, having been put in, and then you wait and wait and wait for wickets, and then 3 come along within the space of 4 overs.
Yeah, I think that's summed up beautifully. I think it was pretty even and split pretty much right down the middle. I think Nottinghamshire fought back really well. I think it was a good opening partnership, clearly, Wells and Jennings, and then the feel of the morning session changed when they managed to prize both those wickets out pretty quickly. And I think Nottinghamshire will be reasonably happy. I think Lancashire will be reasonably happy. It's been tough going, hasn't it, for Bell and Croft to try and get some runs and try and get going. Will be Bell to face the first over after lunch from Brett Hutton, bowling from the Statham end for the first time. And that's defended away into the leg side where Joe Clark fields at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Just before we went to lunch, I was looking around the other scorecards, that Brooke Guest, formerly of this parish, of course, had taken 5 wickets in that morning session for Derbyshire against Sussex. He's got another one just as we went to lunch, so we were 6 catches in the morning session for Brooke Guest. So might be on the fringes of a Derbyshire record.
Here comes Hutton again for Nottinghamshire. Balls forward goes Bell, defence. Guides the ball up towards mid-on where Sita Fernando fields. No run again.
There was something in the air that night. The stars were bright. Fernando. Had a word with him this morning. Yeah, go on.
Have you used that one before? You've used that one last week, haven't you, at Canterbury? That cannot be the first time you've used it. I'd be disappointed if it is. You don't normally miss out on these things. Here's Hutton into Bell. And defended, there's no run. You used it at Canterbury, didn't you?
I ought to have saved that for Phoebe, didn't I, really? Did you hear her get me just before lunch? Yeah.
I did. It is like a Jeremy Baxman grilling, that, wasn't it?
It was a grilling. It was a grilling. Thanks again to Lancashire for the hospitality. We've had curry in a box for our luncheon. Very nice indeed.
Hutton halfway through his first over after lunch. Bowls. Oh, that's an inside edge off Bell, past the off stump, down towards the fine leg boundary. He's going to get 4 runs for it, but a streaky 4 for Bell. He'll take them nonetheless, moves into double figures. He's on to 13, 109 for 3.
Twice he's done that. Did it off Stephen Mullaney just in the closing overs before lunch. Interesting that they've gone with Brett Hutton, and I think it's probably the right thing to do. For a reason, he's Nottinghamshire's leading wicket taker this season, so give him the ball. He's fit, he's healthy as well, he wants to take wickets. Give him the ball.
He's got a flappy number 1 on the back of his shirt. Needs to be stitched down a little bit.
Oh yes, yeah.
Shoddy from Nottinghamshire,
well,
really is.
Well, we've seen Stephen Mullaney this morning, haven't we?
There's Hutton in and balls. Forward goes Bell in defence, and there is no run. You know, has he got his jumper on, hasn't he, Mullaney? There's an M on the back of his, but he's got his sleeveless jumper on.
Yeah, there we go on the pictures, those who are watching the live stream. He's losing his N as well, Brett,
oh dear.
Brett Hutto. Dear, oh dear.
It's all falling apart. Oh dear. So that's the end of the season. Hutton in from the Statham end into to Bell. It's clipped off the pads away to backward square leg where Dame Patterson fields, and that is the end of the first over of the afternoon session. We've got a couple of hours of play because tea will be at 3:30, and that is regardless of how many overs remaining in the day's play.
Tea is an immovable feast today, or so they say. Yes, if Luke Fletcher was here over the last 2 days of nothing but rain, then might have put all these numbers and letters that are dropping off the shirts down to dressing room pranks, but he's not. So it's just a little bit of shoddy stitching, I guess. Anyhow,
where is the great man, Fletch?
Well, he had ankle surgery to flush out some loose bits of bone, and he's back. He played for the Seconds last week. Not sure if the Seconds have got a game this week. Here's Dane Patterson from the old pavilion end. Bowls to Bell. Cuts it to backward point. Fielded by Ben Slater. Can no longer see the very top bit of the football ground. We used to be able to see it, didn't we? And what's obscuring it now? Is it this new bit that they've plopped on top of the pavilion?
Could be, yeah. It could be.
Used to be able to see the the white structure, didn't we, on top of the is it the Bobby Charlton stand? It's the Bobby Charlton stand. I'm not sure. Went down there last night. Had a walk down there to see the Mary Earps mural, as Hilda Ogden would say, our mural. As this is pushed to mid-on by Stephen Croft. Beg your pardon, by George Bell. There's no run. There we are. Oh, look. That's it. That's what I was referring to. So wherever that camera is situated, they can see it, but we can't from our commentary box. But yes, just make out some of the framework, some of the steel down there at the football ground. Here is Patterson in again, bowls, and Bell plays it down into the ground. There's no run. It's a little strange walking down there and around there when Manchester United were playing last night, but of course they were playing away, but there were still people sat around. Some had got their radios and some watching on the phones. There was a hostelry in that vicinity that had the game on. Dozens in there in their shirts, the red home shirts, and the away one that initially on the TV I thought it was black and white, but I think it's actually dark green and white stripes, isn't that, when you see it close up, as Patterson is in again. Oh, there's a play and a miss from George Bell, and it goes through to the keeper. So got down here on Monday evening. Monday in itself was an eventful day, in that I was just about to set off and went outside and we've got a puncture, which is the last thing you need. And in this day and age, you don't get spares in relatively modern cars. I mean, mine's not that modern, but 2018, but you don't get a spare. All you get is a tube of glue and something to pump it up again. This has worked away on the leg side. There's no run, but it was beyond that. It was flatter than flat. So called the RAC, because that's what we have them for, or the breakdown roadside assistances are available. Don't come to home address. I pay £1 million a month for them to come to me when I break down on the motorway, but they don't do home address call-outs unless I want to pay another £1 million a month. So then I had to try and find one of the tyre repair places in Newark, and we've got nobody who can come for a call-out today. If you can bring it down to us, we'll certainly repair it and all the rest of it. So a right old to do on Monday, as the next delivery is pushed into the offside. So after about 3 or 4 hours of this, it's 110 for 3. You've got a mate with a jack to hoist it up whilst we got the old what do they call them, the locking wheel nuts. Got the tyre off, took it down there. Somebody will be with you in a moment. That moment lasted an hour, and then they got a nail out that had punctured it and repaired it, took it back and got going, and then got onto the M62, and there was a lorry on fire, so everybody was stationary for about an hour and a half. So I was eventually pretty pleased to arrive here in Manchester on Monday evening, about 4 hours later than I intended to get here.
And then it rained for 2 days.
And then it rained for 2 days, yeah.
Here comes Brett Hutton to Stephen Croft. Doesn't offer a shot, allows that to go through to the keeper, and there's no run. There's
no real reason to get here as early as I was planning, but I knew Notts were going to have a net here, a practice. It's a good opportunity just to have a bit of a catch up, and you've done it yourself, take a few photos and basically find out what the team is, or find out what why isn't he here, what's happened to him, or whatever. But by the time I got here, they'd long since finished their practice.
Hutton to Croft. There's an appeal for LBW there as he falls over this Stephen Croft. Work the ball away towards the leg side. Hutton spins round, asks the question to umpire Blackwell. He gives it nod out, and Croft has to pick himself up again.
And I'd already notice that there's going to be some footy in Manchester on Tuesday evening, and tickets were going to go on general sale on Monday. And I thought Champions League game, surely there won't be any tickets left, but there wasn't. So I went down and, thanks to you steering me right, putting me on the right tram, found my way there and back for £3.50 and went and watched the Champions League game. So always well.
Hutton to Croft. Let's run down to third man. And he'll get 4 actually. Patterson had got to the ball, but unable to flick it back, which is not a few times by Nottinghamshire in this opening day.
Yeah, it's been a bit sloppy in truth in the field. There's been a number of occasions. There was 1 or 2 valiant efforts. We saw Stephen Mullaney run out towards the new hotel, and he seemed to have got there and then almost aquaplaned over the rope with the ball. Brett Hutton was the same down here. 1 or 2 other instances where partial stops have led to runs.
Hutton to Croft. He's playing the ball off the front foot, leaning into it, easing it defensively and cautiously up towards mid-off, where Mullaney fields, and there's no run.
Elsewhere, Northants aren't going without a fight, if indeed that is to be their fate. They made 357. Karun Nair last out for 150. They've got the champions, the reigning and defending champions, and maybe champions-elect Surrey, 62 for 4.
Hutton over the wicket to Croft. Clips the ball away into the onside. Another delivery that's straight. And Croft forced to play, forced to defend.
Other scores, batting sides. Hampshire 169 for 5 at Chelmsford, replying to that huge Essex first innings score. Middlesex second innings 19 without loss. They're still 175 behind Warwickshire. If they have a bad couple of sessions today, then that one could be done and dusted in 3 days, which would be a remarkable effort. Sussex now 77 for 8 at Derby in Division 2.
Final ball of the over, Hutton to Croft. Croft turns it out towards the leg side. 2 short mid wickets in place. One of them is Joe Clark, who fields. It's the end of the over. It's 114 for 3. Bell on 14 and Croft on 6.
Leicestershire 106 for 6 at Grace Road, replying to Yorkshire's 155, and the only place where there isn't any cricket that there should be cricket is at New Road yet again, where it's raining. Understand quite heavily between Worcestershire and Durham. Worcestershire 179 for 4, and in the Rachel Hale Flint Trophy, the Blaze will need 149 to win. They're both South East Stars out for just 148 in 43.5 overs. With all the wickets shared, basically. They've used 6 bowlers and nobody's got more than 2, so the Blaze need 149 to win. Here's Dane Patterson from the Anderson end, bowls, lovely shot, George Bell, ding dong, away for 4 through the offside. Nice looking shot from a very talented young man. Where does he see his career? As a top order batter or as a batter keeper? Because he can take the gloves, but as we said this morning, it just seems every time Notts play against Lancashire, somebody different's got the gloves on.
They've got not shy of options, are they? Very much a batter, George Bell, who can keep wicket as well for Lancashire.
Here is Patterson, bowls, and he's a bit of a loose flash at that one, gets nothing on it, goes through to Tom Moores. And of course the likes of Joe Clark and Ben Duckett for in the Nottinghamshire squad. Duckett away of course with England, but Clark and Duckett have certainly in the past, in their early years, been wicket keepers, and both still do it in franchise cricket around the world. So it's a useful extra string to their bow to have, isn't it, if George Bell starts to begin to attract the attentions of sides overseas. Next one is blocked by Bell out onto the onside, and there's no run.
Yeah, impressive start to his career for George Bell. Came into Lancashire's team last season. He made his debut, I think, in the One Day Cup, made his T20 debut last year, and then his first class debut in the game right towards the end of last season. So this is his first full season in first class cricket, and he's pushing up to 400 runs, averaging just under 350s so far this season. Top score of 91.
Here comes Patterson halfway through the 35th over. Bowls short ball, pulled away again, cries of catch, but I think he rolled the wrists, always in control of that. Matthew Montgomery, wearing the sunnies down at long leg, does the fielding. A couple more to the total. 120 for 3. Dan's been in touch. I didn't know this, Dan, but I'm sure Scott would have had it on his very fingertip. Hi, Dave and Scott. Not sure if you're aware, Stephen Croft needs 65. Scott's nodding already, Dan. 65 for 20,000 career runs. Hopefully the great man will get them this week. Thanks, Dan. You got that on your bit of paper, haven't you?
Written down somewhere. Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's now or at the start of his innings, so we'll need to check. He's 6 not out at the moment, but he's at the non-striker's end. Here is Patterson to bowl. Lovely shot, and that's going to be 4 runs. Thought for a second he was going to be denied by the straightness of his drive, because I thought he was going to clatter into the stumps, but coat of varnish away from hitting the stumps. And oh, that's beautiful, isn't it? That's a lovely shot, and he held the pose. I don't think there's too many photographers, snappers around the boundary edge, but if they were, they'd have had a nice shot of that. And the Lancs TV camera crew just highlighting what a nice shot that was, and how very much he enjoyed it by holding the pose.
Yeah, it was the walk down, wasn't it? It was the follow through that just reinforced how much he enjoyed playing that shot.
5 boundaries in his 24 so far for George Bell, 24 from 36 balls. Dane Patterson bowls to him again. Just gets a little big on him, and he defends, then scurries back into his crease. End of the 35th over, 124 for 3. The Red Rose, they were put in by Stephen Mullaney, 84 for the first wicket, and then the wickets fell all in a clump. Luke Wells for 28, Keaton Jennings for 42, and Josh Bohannon for 6. Matt Carter's on the field. Call him Mr. Tickle because of his arms. He can stretch out like wingspan of an albatross. Or Mr. Tickle. Doesn't know where he's going, does he? He's run round in a circle. Just waiting for somebody to tell him where to go. Went over towards the square leg umpire. Very good slip catcher, Matt Carter. Doesn't get too many opportunities in red ball cricket. A little bit of a surprise to see him in the squad, but didn't make the starting 11.
Here comes Hutton in and bowling to Croft, who's backing across and defending out towards Montgomery at point. And there's no run. 124 for 3. Croft on 6 from 37 balls faced. Coming towards the end of another season as a Lancashire player. You mentioned Dave, dating right back to the start of the T20 competition. A couple of decades a Lancashire player. Oh, it's a really good ball by Hilton that beats him. And through to Moores.
Taken more catches than anybody else in the domestic blast, hasn't he, Stephen Croft? And it's not just by 1 or 2, it's like 40 or 50 more than his nearest competitor. Samit Patel's made most appearances. Danny Briggs has taken most wickets. Alex Hales has scored most sixes. They're all players who've been around in the domestic T20 for a long old time.
Hilton right arm over balls. Croft defends. And there's no run.
Luke Wright finishing this year, and it's enabled Alex Hales to club a couple of sixes to go past him as the leading 6 hitter, but interviewed him about it afterwards, and he was aware, and also he's well aware that James Vince is going to catch me up, though. He said, "You say James Vince will go on a bit longer and he'll catch up."
Hilton past the umpire into Croft, who looks to drive and finds a gap and finds it nicely. Ball bouncing its way along the ground towards the boundary. No catching that for Stephen Mullaney or Hasib Hamid. And 4 runs to Croft. Score moves on to 128 for 3.
It was a James Vince sort of shot, wasn't it? An elegant cover drive. That's the shot I have in my mind for James Vince, rather than a 6-hitter. But Hales thinks one day he'll chase him down and become the leading 6-hitter in the country. It's interesting that Hampshire didn't bring James Vince back into their side for the one-day cup final at the weekend.
Hutton over the wicket to Croft, who's back in defending, just nudging the ball away to mid-wicket where Clark fields no run.
There's rights and wrongs, isn't there? You know, the players that have played to get you through to that situation want to play. Some members and supporters would think it only right and proper to do that. Others would say, well, you know, whatever, there's a trophy. If they're available, pick your best side. But I know Liam Dawson did play and scored some good runs, didn't he? But James Vince didn't.
Hutton to Croft, fires one in full, and Croft turns it away off his toes out towards straight mid-wicket where Clark fields, and there's no run. It's the end of the over. 4 off it. That lovely shot by Croft through the covers. The only runs off the Hutton over. 128 for 3, 36 overs gone, 24 to Bell and 10 to Croft.
And Matt Carter just pops off the field again as Lyndon James comes back. He was only on for 1 over. Yeah, in the 3 years since the 100 started, and of course we've had a very different domestic one-day cup with the finals at Trembridge. The 3 winners have been Glamorgan, Kent, and now Leicestershire. And everybody sort of says the competition's much more of an even competition without many of the so-called star names or experienced players in many of the sides. There's Dane Patterson starting a new over to bowl to George Bell, who again drives on the offside, and it's been stopped by Slater at backward point.
Yeah, that was a terrific final, wasn't it, on Saturday? And it was a brilliant recovery from Leicestershire. They were out of it, weren't they? They were completely out of the running for it and found a way to get some runs on the board, and then for it to go down to the final ball of the match was a brilliant finish. It's a great win. Wonderful moment for Leicestershire.
It's, as I understand it, changed the immediate future of Harry Swindles. I understand he was on the brink of leaving and was job hunting and wondering if his time in cricket had finished, and got the call the day before, we're going to need you tomorrow, you're going to play, and goes out there and gets a match-winning 100. As Patterson balls again to Bell, who is a very tidy-looking player, blocks this one out onto the leg side. It'll be fielded by Clark, and there's no run. 128 for 3. In the 37th over here, we'll go through to 3:30, at which point they'll take tea, and then should play from 10 to 4 till 6 o'clock. Or I'd imagine by that stage it's going to be fairly gloomy. However bright the day is right now, by 6 o'clock I'd imagine it'll be fairly gloomy. As Patterson bowls to Bell, minimum back lift, just gently pushes it into the offside. A bit of a race there, and Ben Slater almost seems as if he's been snubbed by Lyndon James beating him to it.
It's an interesting debate, that, isn't it? We mentioned about Vince not coming back for Hampshire. I remember Lancashire, when they got to the final of the one-day cup last year, there was all this debate about, do Lancashire bring back their 100 boys for the final, or do they stick with the lads that got them there? I mean, you can make a perfectly good argument either way, can't you? It's a trophy to be won, so you pick your best team or stick with the lads that got you there.
Next ball is short, and Bell's gone to pull it and misses it. Goes through to Moores. Would like to see, I know there's all the laws that you could ever wish to have in cricket. There are, as we know, pages and pages and pages of them, but it would be nice if the legislation was there that you can only use players who've played in the group stage, or you can only play a maximum of 2 players, 3 players, 4, whatever, that have represented somebody else in the 100, or we'll have to see as Patterson's in again and worked on the leg side. Once again, single taken. I understand it's open for a lot of discussion about the shape of next season with the T20 World Cup taking place in the West Indies and the United States in June, and they're wondering what competition is going to run in this country whilst that's going on. Been a lot of discussion, as there always is. You never really know, do you?
No, it has the feeling that it could be another slightly not ideal schedule for next season because of that World Cup.
Next ball, Sent down by Patterson. Stephen Croft just opens the face, runs it down to Sita Fernando. Where's squad number 34, lobs the ball in. Tom Moores takes it. It's the end of the 37th over, 130 for 3. The runs absolutely came at a gallop in the early stages, as Keaton Jennings in particular. Luke Wells was more than happy to play second fiddle for a while, and then he got going as well. But 84 in the first 20 overs. Since then things have gone back to a more pedestrian rate, but Lancashire making good progress here with the 4th wicket.
Yeah, steady away, isn't it? Bell and Croft. As Hutton sets off again from the Statham end. It's run down to 3rd man by Croft. They're just leaning onto that front foot. Opens at the face of the bat. Guides the ball calmly down towards the 3rd man boundary. Gets a single because Patterson's down there with his sun hat on.
Of the 8 matches that should be being played at the moment, there's rain at New Road, Worcester, County Ground, Derby and County Ground, Taunton. So those matches are suspended temporarily, we hope.
Notice there's a 5th wicket gone down at the Oval between Surrey and Northamptonshire. There's a single down to 3rd man again, this time by Bell. Almost identical looking shot from Croft, the previous delivery. 132 for 3. Yeah, Surrey is 67 for 5. And they trail by 289 runs against Northamptonshire.
Somebody will come in and whack a quick 80s.
Always do, don't they?
Jamie Overton's or somebody. I'm not sure if he's batted yet or not, but
no, he hasn't.
Overton and Clark down the order. Folks, they all chip in when required.
Forward again by Croft. Solid front foot defensive shot, which bounces its way up towards the Nottinghamshire captain, Stephen Mullaney. And there's no run.
So Lancashire finish with Kent away next week.
Yep.
Mind the steps there. That's all I'll say.
Oh dear, yeah.
Mind the steps.
What about this? It's not good.
I had a bit of a whoopsie last week.
Hutton in balls, defended by Croft, back to Hutton, and there's no run. Well, that's not good, is it? No. Canterbury whoopsie. Not.
I'm sure they'll tell you all about it. There's still an indentation on the floor where I fell down the stairs.
132 for 3.
Busy old place, Canterbury, actually. Lots of tourists around. Quite busy.
Hutton right arm over balls. Ooh, a bit of extra bounce there by Hutton, and Croft plays it very nicely. Not going after it, dropping his hands, getting out the way of that. Good carry through to Tom Moores, the keeper.
The effort ball, there was the big grunt that would be more suitable at Wimbledon than at Old Trafford. Gives one a heck of a grunt when he sends down the effort ball.
That's a little spell pre or post lunch for Hutton. We can see Atisa Fernando warming up quite vigorously, so he might not be too far away from coming in. Straight ball by Hutton, defended by Croft. Completes the over, so he's gone through 11 today, Hutton, as indeed has Patterson. Lancashire are 132 for 3. Bell has 26 and Croft on 12.
Yeah, 22 overs between them and not a single wicket in sight, whereas other days they've come on and blown sides away. In far less than that is going to be a Sita Fernando from the Anderson end. Tommy's played here once before. He came on a Sri Lankan A tour a number of years ago at the same time as the Sri Lankan full side were here, and he said they had a proper 3-day practice match. I can't find any record of it anywhere, but he said they were based here, and they had a 3-day practice match. The full Sri Lankan side and the A team. So he has had experience here, but I tried to find it and couldn't. It's one of as practice games, no doubt, but it is always nice to go somewhere you've played before. So he's bowled 9 overs. His figures of 1 for 21. Bowls to Bell, who just checked his drive there. Plays it comfortably along the ground to mid-wicket, fielded by Clark. Brett Upton wants the attention of somebody. The 3 players, the 3 squad players here who are acting as 12th man, Matt Carter, James Hayes and Jake Ball. They're all waving, trying to get the attention of somebody. Must be good film on the telly in the dressing room. Maybe even listening to us, who would know. But can't get the attention of anybody. Brett Upton's after something being brought out. Bell has 26. Presumably won't have seen too much of a Sita Fernando. Comes in now, bowls to him, and well, he's seen enough to drive him into the offside and would have got runs, but for a good sliding stop by Lyndon James that will require a little bit of work from those in the laundry over the next day or two. Left him with dirty knees. Hassan Adnan, the umpire at the far end, former Derbyshire opener. Referee for this one is James Whittaker. Played for Leicestershire, played a few times for England as well, of course, was an England selector for a while. Ball him! Fernando has rearranged George Bell's stumps. Bell again looking to play positively through the offside. Not sure if it came back into him or not, but he's made a right old mess of the stumps, and Fernando's got his 2nd wicket of the day. The middle stump is as you can see there, those of you watching the pictures, all crooked, and really came out of the blue. George Bell playing very nicely indeed, but just maybe he was trying to get from 3rd gear to 5th gear without successfully negotiating 4th gear, looking to drive, and it's, well, really nothing more than a ball pitched up that he's missed.
Yep. 2nd time today we've seen Fernando rattle the ball into the stumps. There's a comprehensive dismissal of Luke Wells earlier in the day. Not too dissimilar. Wells the left-hander, Bell the right-hander, but both occasions both players looking to play positive shots, and the ball sneaking through and rattling into the stumps. He's been good fun to watch today. There's Fernando, 2 for 21. He's bowled very well. Bowled with a great deal of heart and commitment. He's running hard and got the ball to swing early this morning. He's carried on going for his skip up through the course of the day. George Balderson heading out to join Stephen Croft. So 4 down now, Lancashire, 132 for 4. 2nd wicket for Sita Fernando, 2 for 21.
Yeah, looks like the look of him, and he's certainly enjoying his cricket and his time with this bunch of lads and the coaching staff. It might have been an inside edge, just looking at that one again, not entirely sure. Very often when it's the middle stump there has been a slight deflection. Just felt on that, saw the replay 2 or 3 times, but on that last one I saw, I think there possibly was a deflection back onto the stumps, but you never know. He's enjoying his time with Notts, they're enjoying seeing him. Might be the start of a long and fruitful relationship. They don't have to see him come back in years to come. New man George Balderson, of course, a left-hander, 2 slips in there, and the first ball is safely negotiated, pushed out to the Bolton Bradman, Asib Hamid, who's been pretty dry this season in terms of runs, only a top score of 97, which is certainly a dip in return from what he's produced over the last couple of years for Nottinghamshire. Got himself back in the England ranks a couple of years ago, played against India and then went down on that ill-fated Ashes tour where they got walloped, but didn't feature last year for England, and instead turned his attention to crashing 2nd division attacks to all parts. It's Fernando around the wicket. Balderson drives this one back towards the bowler, and there's no run. Nicely fielded, 132 for 4.
Looking at Fernando's career with 12 test matches for Sri Lanka, 35 wickets in those 12 Test matches. Had 5 one-day internationals and 3 T20 internationals. He's got 197 wickets in first-class cricket at an average of 23.
And presumably he's got a very good agent as well, who's touted his wares around the counties, no doubt, for this latter part of the season. Got him a gig with the Nottinghamshire side. He's in again and bowls, pitched it up, bowled the size 10, blocks this one. And that's the end of a successful comeback over for Asita Fernando. Through 10 overs now, 5 maidens, 2 for 21. They are pretty decent figures. He was a little wayward to start with in that the first 2 scoring balls of the day were both down the leg side, brushing the pad of, I don't know if it's Jennings or Wells on strike at the time, both the big tall left-handed openers of course, but brushed the pads and raced away down to the long leg fence for 2 lots of 4 leg byes. Lancashire 8 without loss, just didn't quite get it right, did he, in the early stages, but he's bowled well since.
He has, yeah. His captain will be pretty happy watching. Stephen Mullaney is at mid-off. Hutton's going to continue in this post-lunch spell from the Brian Statham end. Croft on strike, just hopping back and getting in behind the delivery. And there's no run. This is the 5th over on the bounds for Hutton. And his 12th of the innings. More from Dave Brayscadle shortly, but Phoebe Graham will come and join me for the next half an hour or so. 32 for 4. And Croft on the tap of the bat. Here comes Hutton over the wicket, balls off the back foot again, pushed away into the offside. And Stephen Mullaney rather fields at mid-off, and there is no run. 132 for 4. Phoebe's back alongside me.
Scott very kindly created a schedule as well for the commentary team, and he's already got his spot wrong.
Yes, I'll be disappearing shortly. And you'll have Dave for half an hour. It's Hutton in, fallen off stump and driven by Croft to mid-off, and there is no run. The last home game here against Middlesex. First day we have Bumble and Allott. We had Kevin Hand from BBC London, Kevin Howells and me, so it's quite a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot of scheduling, isn't it?
Well, I did a very extensive rota.
Yeah, nice.
Nobody
Did you do a similar thing?
Nobody put a bit of notice to it. Hutton in and bowls forward again, goes Croft and defends, and there's no run. Allott just came in when he wanted to. He wasn't bothered. He paid no attention to it. Bumble was very good. He never missed a spot. Kevin Howells, he kind of floated around a little bit. What's the point? No. You put this in place, don't you?
You do.
And then, to be fair, I've just forgotten myself. 132 for 4.
They haven't really gained a big partnership, really, since that opening partnership of Wells and Jennings.
Hutton in to Croft, taking off the back foot. It turns the ball away to mid-wicket. But Clark fields, no run.
It's quite a grinding down bowling innings from Notts, just continuously hitting a length. It's really difficult to get the ball away here at Emirates Old Trafford. And after 40 overs, Lancs are 132 for 4, and it's just that consistent wicket tally that keeps dropping after that 84 opening partnership.
Hutton to complete his over as Croft is off the front foot and defends to mid-off. 132 for 4, 40 overs gone. Yeah, they've chipped away beautifully, haven't they, since that opening partnership with Nottinghamshire?
Absolutely. And I think it is a grind out there with the bat. I don't think it's an easy pitch to bat on. It's not coming on quickly onto the bat. It's quite slow off the surface, and Fernando's done really well to just get that little bit of extra movement and entice the batters when it's that little bit fuller to be hungry to drive the ball down the ground, even if it's not quite there. Both Wells and Bell that got out.
Yeah, both similar dismissals, weren't they?
Similar dismissals, like trying to cash in whilst the ball's full because it's so difficult to get away. So it was the patient game that Fernando won both occasions there. So he comes in to Balderson, defended off the front foot. And quite often that's what it is in county championship cricket. It's the patient game, and who can win that?
Yeah, they've just they've chipped away through the course of the day. Fernando's been really good fun to watch. You enjoy watching him bowl. Hutton's bowled good spell. Patterson's been a wee bit expensive, hasn't he? But it's offered a threat.
Fernando in and driven down the ground. They take the quick single to Croft and Balderson. Patterson just on the back foot, on the heels of his toes there. Or the heels of his feet even. Neither team really hunting for a result today. I think if Lancashire win today and win next week, they could be in contention for that third spot. And Notts need a draw to stay away from the relegation zone. So something to play for Lancashire, but they haven't been going at a pace that makes me think they're trying to go for a win today. In Fernando, defended beautifully by Croft. The slip cord and have enjoyed that one, but it doesn't seem to trouble Croft too much.
Yeah, I guess when you're losing 2 days, even though we're making a little bit of time, aren't we, today? But again, you've got 2 days lost. I mean, it's difficult enough trying to win matches here in 4 days, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let alone when you're taking so much time out of the match. So.
I was wondering today, this was a bit of a thought over breakfast, is...
Over your Weetabix?
Over my Weetabix.
Yeah.
We've got to get better as a game. Fernando in, defended again by Croft. Adapting to situations, and it's something that cricket is the worst sport at. So, for example, if you lose 2 consecutive games due to rain, how can you change the rules of a 4-day county championship game? So, for example, if you lose 2 consecutive days 1 and 2 due to rain, it becomes 1 innings aside, and all of a sudden it's a really, really exciting game because a win or loss is on the line. Don't know. Put it out there. Fernando in, driven down the ground to Croft. Fielded by Patterson at mid-on.
I think it's quite interesting, though, isn't it? It's like
it depends.
Otherwise, you're just kind of playing for a few bonus points, aren't you?
Yeah, because essentially that's what this game is turning into, is bonus points and the weight of a draw. So how does cricket get better at understanding conditions and setting a few different rules that can change the way the game's then played? Fernando in, digs out a Yorker. Croft gets out his bucket and spade for that one as Fernando ends the over. Lancashire 133 for 4. What do you think, Dave?
Well, I've heard about 10 words of that conversation since I walked into the room, but it was I guess you were talking about 1 innings matches where you've had a lot of rain.
Yeah, so if you've lost consecutively day 1 and day 2 to rain, you know that rather than you going into a bit of a dead rubber that's all on bonus points and draw, you're going into today knowing that it's 1 innings aside. It would change the way the coaches think about the game. It would change the tact of the players. And if we get 1 more day's rain here, we're in for a right game tomorrow. You could imagine how much it'd create more of a win or loss mentality.
There's Brett Hutton round the wicket bowls. This is cut into the offside. And there's no run. Lyndon James doing the fielding. It very often used to happen back in the days of 3-day cricket. If the first 2 days were washed away, you'd see one side being fed any number of runs, agreed runs before lunch on that final day, the third day, and then the other side trying to chase them down in sessions 2 and 3 because of no bonus points. It just became, as you say, simply a one innings, effectively a one-day game. Next delivery defended by Balderson, but it's very difficult to set something up when you lose half of a 4-day match here, because you just don't know. What are you advocating? That this suddenly becomes a 96 over a side one-day match, or one innings match?
One innings aside if you lose 2 days due to rain. If you blanket rule day 1 and day 2 rained off in 4-day county championship.
Hutton round the wicket bowls. This is pushed back to Brett Hutton. And there's no run.
Then it becomes one innings aside. I think you like it. I think I think I can see a bit of excitement in your eyes.
I do. I'm always aware that, you know, cricket is, and professional sport is, part of the entertainment industry, and those people sat over there and over there and over there have paid money to come in and be entertained as around the wicket bowls, and it's blocked. But the other side of that is this is first class cricket, and you know, you'll be dealt the hand that you're dealt with regards to the pitch and also the weather. Each side will have gone into today knowing that at the most it's going to be a 2-day match, and how are you going to create whatever you want to create? Some sides would be desperate for a draw to win a title, to win promotion, to avoid relegation. This one's around the wicket and bowls, and they're claiming the catch, and up goes the finger of Ian Blackwell, and Balderson's gone for 1, and a wicket for Brett Hutton. His 55th of the season, second catch of the day for Tom Moores, and Lancashire 133 for 5, and they've sort of got stuck in treacle a little bit since that opening stand. Notts have done very, very well with the ball, and Brett Hutton now gets his first wicket of the day. George Balderson, such a dangerous player, has just nibbled at that one. His 10th delivery faced, 133 for 5, and the middle order, just as I say, at the moment they're not going anywhere.
No, that was well bowled by Hutton. He seemed to get an extra bit of bounce off the surface, and Balderson just sort of left his bat hanging outside 4th, 5th stump without much commitment to the shot, and really tickled the edge of the bat there. And a simple catch for Moores behind the stumps.
We'll come back to your point in a moment, because we can sort of go off in tangents anywhere from it. But the young man, Matty Hurst, is he somebody on your radar? What can you tell us about him?
I think he's a really exciting prospect for Lancashire. Obviously, keeper bat. He scored, I think, 66 in the Royal London Cup and made his debut for Lancashire first team in that format this year as well. And he's played England under-19 cricket as well, so really exciting cricketer. And it's moments like this at the end of the season when 3 of the Lancs players step up and make international duties that he can earn his right in the first 11 county championship cricket and see how he goes. But I think there's some really exciting talents coming through for Lancashire at the moment. There's Singh on the bench, who's also a brilliant talent, gone well in the Royal London Cup, and I think they're excited to sort of blood them into the first team.
Yeah, just sort of thinking to myself, he's somebody that wasn't on my radar, but I guess I saw him at... Scott's not in the room, I'll have to have a look. I guess I saw him at Welbeck as this is pushed into the offside in the Royal London One-Day Cup. Lancashire beating Notts in the last round of matches there, end of the over. Brett Hutton with his first wicket of the day, his 55th of the season, 133 for 5. I'll have a look in a moment. But Stephen Croft there on 12. He's faced 58 balls. It has been a very watchful brief so far from Stephen Croft. I guess he'll want to pass on all his years of experience to his young protege out there, which he's doing right now. But I think Stephen Croft's got a big role to play here as to how many Lancashire are going to get.
Yeah, he definitely does, and it's not an easy wicket to score on. You've got to really commit forward, commit back, and because it's slow off the pitch, it means you don't have those lovely drives available unless it's a super full delivery. Fernando's bowled exceptional today as he steams into Croft. Shorter, goes high. No one in the fine leg. Big screams of catch, but races away for 4. Not convincing from Croft. And that shorter delivery's just got him stuck on the crease again.
Yeah, I'll tell myself off because I have seen Matty Hurst play. He did play at Welbeck, although he didn't bat. He wasn't required to bat. Notts made 185 all out in that one-day match, the Metro Bank match. Kept wicket, but wasn't required to bat as Lancashire knocked them off.
I think that's the nice thing about the timings of the Royal London Cup and the 100. It definitely has its cons in the fact that there's less focus on ODI cricket when we're trying to win World Cups at the moment for England, and you can see the ODI team aren't as well polished unit as T20 or Test cricket at the moment, but it does allow young talent to come forward, and that's how Matthew Hurst has got his debut today. There's Fernando in, big appeal, he just guides it over to fine leg. I think Moores thought there was a bit of pad involved.
Yeah, just having given myself a couple of minutes to think about your suggestion that if you lose the first 2 days you should be sort of forced to take part in a one-day run chase. I'm not entirely sure that's particularly fair on a side that maybe requires a draw or draw points or bonus points to actually get something. As I say, get away from the bottom or challenge for promotion or avoid relegation or whatever it may be. I don't know.
Are you advocating cricket to finish in draws though there? It's Fernando in full and driven by Hurst.
Oh yeah, there's nothing wrong with a draw in cricket. Absolutely nothing wrong with a draw in cricket. We'd have super overs all the time, wouldn't we? If
I think the Lancashire review this year drawing what will be probably 6 out of 6 at Emirates Old Trafford, they'll contest that.
No, in first-class cricket, there's nothing wrong with a draw.
Fernando in, driven, and mistimes that and squirts down to fine leg.
Well, he's just arrived at the crease. That's his first scoring shot, but it's a little bit flamboyant, wasn't it? It was almost like a Peterson flamingo. He's got it down to long leg, but having just arrived at the crease and his one day, or rather on his first innings in first-class cricket, just imagine he'd be a little bit more cautious and wait for the opportunity just to drop and run and get down to the other end. But I like his approach. I like the cut of his jib so far.
Yeah, Croft 17 off 60 deliveries won't have encouraged that shot, I don't think. Fernando in full toss to Croft. He was going for the Yorker there, didn't quite execute it, but got away with it.
So what's your favourite ABBA song?
Ooh. The first song that comes to my head is Dancing Queen. I quite like Money, Money, Money as well.
You don't like Fernando?
I can't think how Fernando goes. You're going to have to do a little bit of a sing.
There was something in the air that night. The stars were bright. Fernando. They were shining there for you and me.
We're going to have a proper sing now. Fernando in. Dug out again by Croft. That's the end of Fernando's over. 12 overs bowled, 2 for 28. Lancashire 139 for 5.
Come on, you must know it. Gimme, gimme, gimme.
Oh, is that the song?
No, it's not. No.
I think we need a little bit of a sing-song now.
Giving you the words.
I know, I can't think of the tune to it.
There was something in the air that night. The stars were bright. Fernando. No?
Yeah.
Oh. You're having me on. It's going to be Brett Hutton.
I was thinking of the Isle of Fernando that they send on Paddy McGuinness, no likey, no lighty.
Is that what it's called? There's Hutton running away from us from the media centre end, the tram station end, and it's defended, and there's no run. All those years of coming here where the wicket was the other way round and commentated from away to the right where the grey hotel is, away from the left where the permanent temporary stand is. And now we're at this end. And there's only the pavilion end, the James Anderson end, I've not commentated from in this ground. Next delivery is cut away, but down into the ground, fielded by Calvin Harrison at the second slip. I don't think we've mentioned Calvin too much today, really. Not been involved thus far with ball in hand, and has only briefly, once or twice, been required to stop the ball at second slip.
He obviously got picked up by the Manchester Originals in the back end of the 100 and got the best male figures of the 100, didn't he, in his first game, 5-wicket haul.
Hutton bowls now on the pads of Croft, and he'll get a run. It was partially stopped by Lyndon James at mid-wicket, and he sort of wrong-footed Fernando, gets a single. Yes, 140 for 5. Yes, much as pleased for Calvin for his success, wasn't too pleased because it took him away from the Royal London match against Lancashire. It was seen in some parts as being a scurrilous selection by the side from the northwest. There's Hutton, umpire at this end, Ian Blackwell. Next ball is driven up to the not skipper, Mullaney at mid-off, and there's no run. Going to Welbeck to face Nottinghamshire, and that leg spinner Calvin Harrison might be a threat. What can we do? I know, we'll get him called up by the Manchester side, so he can't play.
I think it was a like-for-like swap, though, from Usman Khan. I think the Pakistan leg spin bowler.
140 for 5. Hutton bowls short, pulled away by Croft, rolled the wrist nicely. We'll get a single. 141 for 5. Those city tours of Manchester by helicopter proving ever popular, as there he comes. One comes over the ground. That's what that'll be, isn't it? A Manchester City tour.
Oh wow, I didn't realise you could do a city tour of the...
Crikey.
That is a flash way to see Manchester. I've been going on the trams all this time.
I am pulling your leg, Phoebe. I'm not entirely sure that there is such a thing, but it's a noisy one. I've got a good view of the cricket from up there. Here's Brett Hutton. He bowls to Matty Hurst. There's number 21, blocks this end of Hutton's over. Just about. Make myself heard again. Brett Hutton, 14 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 38. And what's that say on the side there, Phoebe?
Monsieur. I think that's French. Let's have a quick Google. Going to France in a few weeks, so it'll help me.
James Hayes is on the field wearing a floppy sun hat, so not sure who's gone off. Might have been Brett Hutton again, who's just gone for a quick comfort break. Yeah, can't see Brett Hutton. James Hayes down at long leg. 141 for 5, but it's going to be Sita Fernando to continue. Raining at Lords now, where Middlesex are 52 without loss, off for rain.
Fernando in, shorter again to Croft there as he defends off the hip.
And sorry, a 91 for 6 against Northants. That's quite extraordinary, in that it's bottom very much dominating against the side at the top. Could really shake things up if Northants could find a way to win that. They very nearly beat Warwickshire last week, just came up short right at the very end of that game. Warwickshire getting over the line, but if Northants could find a way to beat Surrey, leave all sorts of possibilities at both ends of the table.
Fernando in, Croft leaves the shorter delivery.
Any cricket lined up for the winter, or is that it now? Is the bag put away?
No, bag's been put away now until we meet up for fitness testing on the 30th of October. So we've got a good 5-week block.
And that's what? Funda fitness training?
Funda fitness training, yeah. So we got the schedule through from the S&C, and we've got rest and recovery for the next 2 weeks, which is lovely for me. In from Fernando, defended by Croft.
Well, that's not bad, is it? Being advised to take some rest and recovery.
I know. And then I think it's home programme for 3 weeks prior to our meet-up, so...
Do you deserve rest and recovery? Have you had an overwhelming run of fixtures towards the back end of the season that warrants 2 weeks of rest and recovery?
Oh, absolutely. I think the season's more intense than you think. Fernando in, driven by Croft, unable to get that one away. Still only 18 from his 68 deliveries. Yeah, you're training 3-4 times a week.
Yeah, you're training more times than you're playing, aren't you?
Yeah, so... And it's quite relentless. We go away on pre-season tour March time. So March through to September, there aren't many jobs in the world where you're asked to work 8 months on the bounce, 7 months on the bounce, which is professional sport, but then you do require a bit of downtime, yeah, just to reset and refresh. Fernando in, defended by Croft. He's going very full, is Fernando, and Croft manages to get a bat on that somehow. See, Carwyn Harrison going through his action at second slip.
Yeah, if Notts could just get rid of Stephen Croft now, they'll fail him with a chance maybe of dismissing Lancashire before tea, with all due respect to those that are to come. I think Jack Blatherwick, I think, was actually written down as 8 on the team sheet, and Tom Bailey and Will Williams and Jack Morley, with all due respect to them. If Notts can get rid of Croft, they'll be eyeing up a sub 250 score for Lancashire, you'd imagine.
In and driven by Croft. Fielded well by Linden at cover. No run.
At the end of the over, 45 overs, so technically we've still got 59 overs to go in the day. I'm not entirely sure we'll get all of those. 141 for 5. And tell me, you've been playing cricket all summer. Have you played any red ball cricket in 2023?
I've played some men's second team cricket that's red ball. So I bowled for Sale second team.
Right.
Had a 15 over spell on the bounce.
Saturday afternoon game.
Saturday afternoon, yeah. 50 overs a side. And then your maximum bowling is 15 overs. So the first game I played for the twos, because I was going okay, they just said keep going. Yeah. Apparently if you're hitting your areas you don't get taken off, so I was like, again? You're like, again please, Phoebe? And that was, yeah, a new one for my body, which change of bowler here with Lyndon James.
First time into the attack today for Lyndon James. Bowls, and this is worked up to mid-on, and there's no run. So the fifth bowler to be brought into the attack by Stephen Mullaney. Lyndon James this season, 27 wickets at 31 apiece. Best figures of 6 for 74 that he got against Surrey down at the Oval when he really was required, because Jake Ball started the match, didn't even make it to lunch on day one. Brett Hutton and Dane Patterson also had time out of the game through injuries. This is forced onto the offside. So Lyndon kept going and going and finished up with 6 for 74, and that's after he's had back and side issues over the last 2 years that have restricted the amount of overs that he could bowl. So really good to see him get a full season in with the ball. Here comes the Manchester City sightseeing helicopter once again. See what it says on the other side. If we get a view. Next delivery, nice and full, and driven up to Fernando at mid-on. And there's no run. He's just doing little circles over the Phoebe Graham floodlight at the moment. And disappears over towards the football stadium, which can't be more than 800 yards away at most.
Have you walked there from the ground before?
Last night and on Monday night. This goes through to the keeper, and there's no run. There's a hostelry that's got about 7 screens of sport on, and you can wet your whistle and watch a bit of sport at the same time.
Very good.
The trouble with modern day hotels, they have all these TV channels, but none that you really want to watch.
What was on last night?
I went down and watched the Bayern Munich Man United game, really. Next delivery on its way, and that is pushed up to mid-off, and there's no run. If the Arsenal game had been on, I'd have watched the Arsenal game, or whatever was on, but in a pub outside Old Trafford, it was quite understandable which game they were going to show. And very quickly, the natives were restless as the side they were all in there supporting went very quickly 2-0 down. Lots of advice being given from the punters. Lyndon James passed on by Blackwell, bowls a little push and run there from Matty Hurst on his debut, moves on to 3. It's 142 for 5, and we're at the end of the 46th over. More pearls of wisdom from Phoebe Graham, and then she'll be joined by the man himself, Scott Reed.
Well, Lancashire are 142 for 5 here today at Emirates Old Trafford. Got nice blue skies ahead, and we saw a lovely opening partnership of Jennings and Wells putting on 82, and since then Lancashire have just lost wickets every sort of 10-15 runs. No one's really built a strong partnership since. We've got Croft in at the crease, 18 from 70 deliveries, which I think really tells the tale of how hard and difficult it is to score on this wicket. Fernando is coming in from the James Anderson end. And great length, bowled to Hurst, squares him up as he drops that into the cover. Fernando, a really exciting overseas from Sri Lanka. He's taken 2 big wickets today. The first one of Wells, cartwheeling his middle stump, and similar delivery to Balderson. So he's bowling a really nice full length in to Hurst. Big appeal for LBW. And it looked like it was going down the leg side, despite the roar of the slip cordon. Yeah, it was going way down the leg side. I think it's just the energy that he's got, Fernando, that creates that roar from the slip cordon, even though it's not a strong appeal. Brought a catcher into mid-wicket. Hurst on debut. Flick down to fine leg for 1.
Talk about a contrast out in the middle here, Phoebe. I'm told that Matty Hurst was 18 months old when Stephen Croft made his Lancashire debut.
Wow. And there's probably an 18-month-year-old right now that could be batting with Matthew Hurst in 18 years' time.
Love that.
That's awesome. Croft, isn't it? Fernando in, shorter into the hip. And unable to guide that down to fine leg. Just takes a blow on the belly button, does Croft. They seem to be bowling quite a few shorter deliveries at Croft. Got deep square, deep fine out, so tempting that hit out to a big boundary where the party stand is at Emirates Old Trafford. Still up for the county championship. I think they're expecting a few more in today.
Difficult to find a seat, to be fair, in that stand today.
Normally comes off down straight away.
Yeah.
Just put a catcher in it. Silly mid-wicket. Defended by Croft. It is that tennis ball bounce off back of the lens. Sometimes it's popping, sometimes it's shooting. And that's why they've put the silly mid-wicket in, or silly short leg.
Yeah, he's got a few kind of fended off his hip, off his ribs, hasn't he, Croft? A couple of times. He's trying to fend off that shorter ball. Brings short leg in place, as you mentioned too, Phoebe, that short mid-wicket. There's two there catching, plus there's two on the out in the deep for a hook or a pull.
Fernando, full and wide. Leg by through to square leg. It's the end of Fernando's 14th over. He's 2 for 29. He's bowled quite a number on the bounce in this after lunch. So 47th over is complete. Lancashire 144 for 5.
Yeah, that's his 5th on the spin for Fernando. 1 for 8 in this 5 over spell. A little partnership developing between Stephen Croft and Matty Hurst. But on so far 11 runs. Got Lyndon James continuing from the Brian Statham end. It's fallen outside off stump and crashed away by Croft. Down towards deep backward point, and he hustles back for a couple. And moves on to 22 not out. Lancashire now. Oh, they beat me to it, the boys downstairs, Matt and Colin. Croft's 2 have been added to the scoreboard before I even looked up. So it's Croft's on 20, not 22. So it's 146 for 5 as we start the 48th over. There's James, right arm over the wicket, bowls again, defended by Croft, and there is no run. Bit of rain around elsewhere. Surrey, Northamptonshire, Somerset, Kent and Middlesex, Warwickshire. All rain delays in their games. Surrey had 91 for 6 when they went off. Been a pretty good day for Northants. Surrey still trailed by 266 runs. James bowls to Croft, just nudged away off the pads to square leg for a single. Takes him to 21, 147 for 5. Somerset 404 for 4 against Kent. Rain delay at Taunton. There's been some runs this week for Tom Lammonby and Lewis Goldsworthy. Lammonby making 109 and Goldsworthy making 122 for Somerset, who are 404 for 4. Here's James over the wicket, bowls. Just run down to backward point by Hurst. But there is no run. And Middlesex are batting into their second innings against Warwickshire. Again, this game is being delayed due to rain. Middlesex 52 without loss, second innings. And they trail Warwickshire by 142 runs. Middlesex and Kent, it looks like, with that battle to try and avoid relegation between those two sides. This takes a single towards square leg. Moves on to 5, 148 for 5.
Does start to look a little bit easier out there once you understand the pace of the wicket and what shots should and shouldn't be played. It's similar to when we saw Wells and Jennings creating that partnership. First up, their opening stand of 84. The first 10 deliveries are challenging to understand the pace of the wicket and what shots you can play on it.
Croft just defending this next delivery from James. Eased away into the offside for no run. End of the over. I suspect Croft has probably faced as many deliveries as anybody, if not more. That's his 77th ball he's faced. Yeah, Wells faced 60 balls for 28. Jennings 63 balls for 42. So Croft's been out there for a while to try and judge it. He's 21 not out. Hurst on 5. 148 for 5. With 48 overs gone of the Lancashire first innings. Just a 1 bonus point acquired so far, and it's a bowling bonus point for Nottinghamshire.
And there's a change of bowling at the James Anderson end as Patterson approaches the crease. Wide of the off stump, slash and miss, and it doesn't even carry to Moores behind the stumps.
No, it kind of shot through, didn't it, to Tom Moores?
I wonder whether Patterson's cross-seaming these deliveries now, or whether he's holding the seam prominent. It'd be interesting to get a look on that. Yeah, no, still seam up, but it seems to be a little bit too pace now, the wicket. Patterson full driven by Hurst, no run.
Seems to be increasingly popular, that, doesn't it? That cross seam, the wobble seam. Is that something that you use quite a bit, or not?
Yeah, definitely cross seam, because what you find when, particularly when a surface is too pace, if it hits the seam it can pop, and if it hits the surface of the ball it can skid. So if there's no shine on the ball and the wicket's too pace, then cross seam can give you that natural variation. Patterson in, left alone by Hurst.
And is that relatively new to your kind of ammunition? Have you used that for a while?
No, quite since I've been
playing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the thing with being quite a tall bowler as well is you naturally get bounce. So if your variation can be the bounce of the ball, cross seam gives you that more, whereas with the ball and seam upright, often the ball will, when it jags back or nibbles back, that's when you're holding it wobble seam and it just clips the seam and jags in or jags away. That's when you get that natural variation. Patterson in, driven nicely through the onside, fielded well by Hasib Hamid for 1 run. But yeah, you've always got to judge it really on the surface, on the conditions, and try and read the wicket as quickly as possible. But yeah, for me, I think on this surface now, I'd be looking to hit a length. Naturally, my bounce would be a greater bounce than an average female, because I'm 6 foot versus maybe 5'7", and then cross seam, I'd hopefully get that extra bounce when it hit the seam, and then skid on if it hit the surface. In from Patterson, guided through the onside for 1 run.
And those conversations with regards to assessing the pace of the pitch, the nature of the pitch, 150 on the board there for Lancs. That will come with not just your opinion, that's working in tandem with your bowler at the other end as well, isn't it?
Yeah, so you need to try and get as much information as possible from all the people on the pitch. The people that are truly in the game are those that have bowled, bowler at the other end, keeper, so you're trying to get all that feedback as soon as possible. And I guess it's the beauty. Patterson in, driven to mid-on, no run. Lancashire 155 of 49 overs as Patterson finishes his over. Yeah, that's the beauty of either coming on first change, bowling the second over of a game, bowling second, is you've already got a lot of information. So Notts have gathered a lot of information about how this wicket's playing, but Lancs on the other hand have gathered a lot of information on what works, what doesn't work, what pace do you want to bowl. There might be a lot more cutters, cross seams that they're talking about in how to get wickets. So yeah, you should be able to adapt and learn from the situation more clearly if you're coming on first change or if you're bowling second. But yeah, you've just got to have that constant communication with keeper, bowling partner, and anyone that's bowled as well.
And then James to continue, third over for him. Pace off there, I reckon, to Croft, just nudged away off his pads. It's nicely timed away to mid-wicket. Just for a single, Croft takes his total now to 23. 151 for 5. Bringing Hurst back on strike. And the subtleties of all that, I mean, obviously we're looking at 4-day cricket here. Well, 2-day cricket now. But even that applies whether you're playing T20 cricket or down to 100 balls, isn't it? I mean, that if you're bowling 5 balls per set in the 100. As James is into Hurst, turned out towards the leg side, there's no run. You'd be forgiven perhaps if you came and watched 100 cricket and you just think basically it's all about the batters trying to tee off, but the subtleties and that understanding and that kind of relationship between bowlers and that changing the way that you're trying to bowl even in the very shortest format is still applicable, isn't it?
Definitely. I think the only bowlers that never should change is bowling your first over as an opening bowler should always be your best balls.
James in, and Hurst increasingly more confident, getting forward this time. Very handsome looking defensive shot, just eased away into the offside, no run.
Even if it's a super slow wicket or the wicket's turning or it's too paced, you're bowling your best ball at the opening batters, and it's probably overs 4, 5, 6 you're questioning the information that you're getting back. So you're bowling at least an over of your best ball, and then you start to feed back and figure out what you want to change.
Hurst looks to drive, the ball squirts its way down to third man where Patterson fields. Hurst gets a single, moves on to 7. 152 for 5.
But you see it in so many formats of cricket, you think they should have gone to spin sooner, or they should have taken pace off earlier, particularly in T20 cricket when sometimes you go to death plans after the first 6 overs because they've absolutely gone hell for leather in the power play.
James to Croft. Defensively nudged away into the offside. Hamid comes up from extra cover to field, no run. Yeah, it's a T20 game here. I can't remember who it was against, but I remember speaking to Liam Livingston after the game at Lancashire. Actually, may have been away from home because they lost and they didn't lose here at all in the group stage, did they? And he was saying about how they just didn't adjust quickly enough. They didn't take pace off quickly enough. And he said it was, it's in the thrust of it all, out in the middle, it's quite difficult to make those instant adjustments. Croft nudges his delivery out towards mid-wicket, end of the over, 152 for 5, but could have been able to react quickly to it, whether it's the bowler or it's the captain or a combination of the senior players in the team.
I think that's where if you've got a good tactical captain who can read the game, read the assessment and be calm under pressure, you've almost got an extra fielder on the pitch, because that, for example, from Liam Livingston might have been 30 runs saved, 20 runs saved, which is then the game. So someone like Owen Morgan, who was one of the best, England's best captains in white ball cricket, could read the game so well, but also be really clear on roles with players. I think like Liam Plunkett in the ODI World Cup final had a really specific role to play in that middle over phase, and he's almost carved out what a quick bowler can do when they don't have the new ball. Patterson in, defended by Hurst. No run scored. But that's what good captains are good at doing and adjusting and getting that gut feel of, actually, we want a quick breakthrough wicket here, I'm going to bring my strike bowler back on, even if the 4 down, usually we're bowling spin at that period of time. And that's where, yeah, it comes with time, it comes with experience, and some people have that natural ability. Patterson in, driven. No run.
Almost being proactive, isn't it, as well? You're almost seeing the game, aren't you, 3 or 4 moves down the line.
And being brave with it as well. We've seen Stokes be so brave with his captaincy choices, and that's something that he prides himself on, and the new McCullum-Stokes era have created Bazball because of it. But when they were on a flat wicket in Pakistan, bowling bumpers every other ball, and with a really unique field, is actually genius. But the thinking ahead of everyone else, Patterson in short and punched to point for 1 run. And sometimes, like, you're thinking, I think he's got caught up playing almost like a chess game where he's played 2 shots ahead when actually in front of him what is the right decision. But it's really fascinating, isn't it? Because no one gets remembered for being boring. So sometimes I think it's great to be brave and be a captain that does that. Patterson in, clips down to fine leg for another run onto Croft's total. He goes up to 24 from 81 deliveries. 153 for 5. Yeah, I think that's where cricket's such an interesting game, because it's quite subjective to captain, coach, how to win games of cricket. But then when you see the formulas take place when games are won, everything makes sense, but in the moment sometimes it doesn't. Patterson, wide and short. Hurst throws his arms at it. No contact made.
He put plenty in that, didn't he, Matty Hurst?
It's just not getting up. Those short deliveries that are usually a simple back foot punch. It's missed a few now as Hurst. Probably one of his favourite shots that he's unable to get away because of how slow the wicket is, and he's playing it before it's come past his bat. In comes Patterson, full, and goes down the leg side. Bit of shape there. Another over complete. Lancashire 154 for 5.
Yep, 51 gone of Lancashire's first innings. Croft and Hurst batting together. Lovely contrast out in the middle to batters at the different stages of their career. It's almost like I'm watching a little bit of Croft before. He was almost doing a little bit of coaching out there. He was certainly talking an awful lot, as you'd expect a senior guy to do, helping out the young man on debut. Lovely to watch 2 players, different stages of their career, both batting out in the middle. And Lyndon James in from the Brian Statham end. And Croft going back and carefully working the ball away into the offside. Hasib Hamid with all his fingers and thumbs strapped up again. He's there to field and there's no run.
Probably serves both of them well batting with each other, because Croft will be trying to do as I say and then trying not to do something different and steer away from his own plan, and Hurst will be listening and absorbing every word.
Defends again, does Croft. Back towards Lyndon James, no run. I mean, whether he's out there batting with Croft, or whether it had been a Dane Villas or a Keaton Jennings, Luke Wells, I'm sure a wonderful experience for Hurst, but I wonder if it's just a little extra special knowing that it's a guy just like him who's come through the system.
Yeah, definitely. Out and out Lankies.
Yeah.
And can see what is possible right in front of him.
Runs us away into the offside. Again, not past Hamid. And that's no run.
I think they're really excited, from what I've heard, Lancashire, about some of the talent that's coming through the system, through the academy. It's been a well-proven model for many years to produce international players, and even players that go on and play for other counties, like Hasib Hamid.
Yeah, he's gone for a big drive there as Croft. He's come off the edge, flashed down towards the boundary. He's got 4 runs for it, moves on to 28. It's 158 for 5.
That would have been straight into Slip's hand if there was anyone in place there. Even after the number of deliveries Croft has faced still shows how challenging it is out there. Just has a gully in place, does Linden, and a sort of a ring field with fine, square and third out. I think Harrison's just moved from gully into that second slip.
Got a little bit tighter, hasn't he? Yeah.
Follow the ball.
1-5, 8 for 5. James in. Thumped again to Hamid, who's busy in that extra cover region. Asib Hamid. And there's no run, 1-5, 8 for 5. All of the players to have made their debuts this season for Lancashire, the 2 players that have made senior debuts, one of them's playing here, Matt Hurst, who made his first team debut in the One Day Cup, and the other Tom Aspinwall, the other player to have made a first team debut this season. Fortunately, Tom injured. Bit of width there, and that's hammered away. That's going to be 4. Hamid will chase after it, and he's quick, and he loses his cap in pursuit, but that was 4 the moment it left the bat. It's 162 for 5 to end the over.
Yeah, lovely shot from Croft there. Times it perfectly. Gorgeous drive through the covers. Probably the best shot we've seen from him all day. It looks like they're about to bring some spin into the attack. See how the pitch plays now. Ball's 52 overs old. And I think we might see a bit of turn from this wicket. I think it's the one we played on with Thunder at the weekend.
Okay.
And it was starting to get a bit of rip towards the end of the innings. So I'm sure it'll start breaking here too, but we'll see how it plays.
Yeah, Calvin Harrison coming into the attack.
Slip and silly mid-wicket in place as Harrison comes in and punches down the ground to mid-on. Does Hurst, 8 from 31 deliveries. They've started to build quite a nice little partnership here of Hurst and Croft.
Yeah, 29 they put on.
Drags that. And Hurst punches to point for no run. In and defended again by Hurst, looking for a quick single, but Croft not interested. In from Harrison, driven to mid-on. Another lovely shot there from Hurst, but no reward. Driven down. Oh, and dropped.
I think, yeah, Hamid.
By Hamid. It's driven on the up even by Hurst. That's where the opportunities are still out there for Nottingham. Harrison in, shorter, back and punches to point. And that is a maiden over to start there by Harrison.
I was with you at first. I thought he'd driven that into the ground. I thought he'd driven that down into the ground and bounced up to Hamid. But looking at the reaction of the Nottinghamshire fielders, like he just chipped it straight to Hasib Hamid. Maybe I've said chipped it, not doing it justice. It went quickly to Hass. There's a kind of short mid wicket and burst out of his hands. Chance created but not taken. So a bit of a lifeline for Hurst. Nottinghamshire skipper Stephen Mullaney. He's watching Lyndon James continuing into his 5th over. That'll be 4 down to fine leg by Stephen Croft, just onto his leg stump, and Easy pickings really for Croft. He moves on to 32.
It was really. It was a simple shot there for Croft. Full and leg stump. And he was able just to guide that. No real challenge. Through to fine leg. Add 4 onto his total.
Yeah, 36 now to Croft. 166 for 5. Got about 35 minutes rather until the tea break. 3:30 is the tea. It's going to be 4 more, I suspect. There it goes, down to fine leg. Yeah, just easy pickings these for Croft. Successive delivery, fall on a leg stump, and just worked away with a little flick of the wrist down to fine leg. Lancashire move on to 170 for 5.
Yeah, it was almost a replicate delivery from James. And just easy work out there for the master. Those two, 40 off 90 now. Helps his run rate.
James over the wicket, balls forward again goes Croft.
Much better that by James. Much straighter line, but a front foot no ball. What about bringing in a free hit?
I knew you were going to say that. I was waiting for that very much. Save that for when Dave's back on with you.
He didn't like my new concept idea of my new concept for cricket was if county championship has 2 consecutive days rained off and it has to be day 1 and day 2, you only play 1 innings aside.
James in to Croft. That's nudged away to mid-wicket, where Clark fields, no run.
But the biggest challenge was, but what about the draw? We're playing a sport and we want to see more win and losses, and it'll create so much more excitement. I love it.
I can tell. You've absolutely sold it to yourself.
I'll try and sell it to the Notts team tonight.
Here's Lyndon James into to Croft. It's worked way off the pads away to square leg for a single. Moves on to 41. 173 for 5. What do you reckon the view will be from the Notts dressing room with that suggestion? What's your gut feeling?
I think players will quite like it because it's quite a... It'd be almost like the transition between short format, long format, wouldn't it? You're almost playing 70 overs a side.
It's James in and balls off the back foot. Nice shot. Nicely played by Hurst. He'll get 4. Up through the point boundary. Played it late, went back. A square drive for 4 runs. He moves on to 12. 177 for 5 now.
Yeah, it's a great shot by Hurst. Just rocked back and played off the back foot, but played a much fuller face of the bat. He's been swatting at a lot of those back foot drives with a cross bat, whereas that was full face. Much better shot selection on this wicket and got his rewards.
James back in, balls again. Straight this time to Hurst, who works the ball away to mid-wicket. And there is no run. It's the end of the over. 177 for 5. Hurst 12. Croft on 41. And got just about half an hour left of the afternoon session. Nice to watch Hurst making his debut. Really confident-looking square drive. Batting with Stephen Croft. Notts looking for another breakthrough, which have come at quite regular intervals, but there's another partnership developing here.
Yeah, they're building nicely, Croft and Hurst. I think Croft has taken the super senior role and played a mature innings here, 41 from 93, but it's what the team has required of him. So he'll face it. Harrison for the first time today. Harrison in. Croft onto the sweep. And chooses where he wants to put that ball. Guides it behind the keeper for 4. Simple shot.
He plays that well, doesn't he? He plays it in a way that he sweeps quite aggressively, but into the ground.
Harrison.
Catch.
In and pops up to silly mid-wicket. Caught by Matthew Montgomery. Croft goes for 45 off 94 deliveries.
Snaffled that well, didn't he? It's a good catch by Montgomery.
Yeah, delivery on the leg stump. He had to play it, did Croft, but he just punched it straight into Montgomery's hands. Great grab. He's enjoyed it. And that's the wicket that Lancashire were looking for.
Yeah, good catch. To his right, shoulder height. We were just saying, weren't we, Phoebe, they've all day, with the exception of that opening partnership, they have just chipped away quite nicely, Nottinghamshire. They've found a way of just breaking a partnership. When anything's developed, we can have a quick look at the partnerships that Lancashire have put together in this innings. But apart from that opening one, partnerships have started, and they've just found a way of finding a breakthrough.
Yeah, I think they managed to get a 47-run partnership there, did Hurst and Croft, and we're just starting to get going again. The tempo just starts to change, and then Nottinghamshire get that wicket. But yeah, the first opening partnership of 84 between Wells and Jennings, and then the wickets have just come consecutively. Not quickly, but they're just chipping away. And I think Nottingham will be pleased with 181 for 6, but it's not a straightforward wicket to bat on.
Yeah, 48-run partnership, that last one.
Harrison in to Bailey, who defends that. On the onside. Be a promotion this for Bailey, batting at 8.
Well, he's been in a rich vein of form.
Harrison in and forward defence. Solid from Bailey there. No run called with the bat.
Apart from his 6 that he got the other week, he's on the back of his career best 77 against Northants.
Love that from Bailey. In and big front foot forward defence from Bailey. Not going to let Harrison get through his defence. And in and defend again from Bailey. Good over from Harrison. 1 wicket from it. 4 runs conceded. They got the breakthrough wicket they were looking for. Lancashire 181 for 6. And Hurst 12 off his 39. He's played an integral part of that partnership with Croft. But now the more experienced campaigner at the crease. And it probably will be saying to Tom Bailey, just assess the conditions before you start playing big shots. So he came in and played an extravagant on-drive that just took a big inside edge through to fine leg that could often get you bowled. So it's just a case of playing yourself in on these wickets.
Here's Mullaney to Hurst, who takes a single off the pad, just clipped down towards backwards square leg. And through he goes for 1. Nobody wants to see Tom Bailey come out and play sensibly. I said to him, he got in a game a few months ago, he got 50 odd, I think, in the game against 75 in the match against Warwickshire. But he played a long innings and batted sensibly. It's a game that Bolson got his first century in. As Mullaney's in to Bailey. It's clipped out to mid-wicket, there's no run. There's a very different type of innings from Tom Bailey. That 77 I mentioned against Northants, he came out and walloped it. So I said, did you enjoy playing that type of innings? He went, not really, no. I much prefer it when I can come out and swing.
It is more of a graft though, isn't it? You appreciate...
Forward he goes and pushed away into the offside, no run.
You appreciate more when batters are patient. I think through having to bat through those situations, because often it's about, on wickets like this in particular, parking your ego and realising that it's just a graft with the bat in hand.
There's Mullaney to Bailey on that front foot and just squeezing the ball away into the offside, and Hamid He did extra cover to field, and there is no run. So 182 for 6. Laney bringing himself back into the attack for Nottinghamshire.
He's changed his shirt as well.
Has he got an M on now? That's very disappointing. Here comes Mullaney. Forward goes Bailey. And there's no run. I shouldn't say that because I think it's proper. The captain should be there with his full name on his back of his shirt. At last, Mullaney.
Sales Hutton, I think I think they must have heard of Scott.
Good. Pull your socks up, Mullaney. In and balls. Forward goes Bailey. And that's defended away into the offside. No run. End of the over. 182 for 6. Hurst 13. Bailey on 0. We've got 25 minutes left of the afternoon session. Phoebe's going to leave us. Dave Prescott will come and rejoin me to take us up towards the tea break. Tom Bailey needs a change of bat. He's faced 9 deliveries, needs a new bat. So, new bat comes out for Tom Bailey. And I'm going to see the leg spin of Calvin Harrison continuing from the Jimmy Anderson end. Hey, Dave.
Hello. I like that from Phoebe. You've got to park your ego. That's a nice little saying, isn't it? There's Calvin Harrison. Comes in and bowls to Matty Hurst, who defends. It was just threatening to get out of hand for Nottinghamshire, wasn't it? 19 runs from 7 balls, and then Stephen Croft just pops one up to short leg, and the game can change in the blink of an eye. Notts with 2 bowling bonus points now as Harrison in again, and Matty Hurst on the front foot defends. 57th over of the innings. Can't deny the cloud is starting to build as Hurst defends. Not writing the day off yet by any means, but we've lost much of the clear blue sky that we had earlier. Quite a bit of rain around the country as Hurst looks to drive down the ground. Just picks out Dane Patterson at mid-on. Pleasant right now for watching and playing cricket. There's Harrison getting decent revolutions on the ball here, and Hurst drops it down on the leg side. There was one 4 or 5 overs ago when I was next door just before the wicket fell, where a Seba Mead at mid-wicket. Was that a chance?
Yes, yeah, it was.
Yeah, I thought it was.
Yeah.
Harrison now to the new arrival, Tom Bailey. 1 ball to safely negotiating this over. He does. That's the end of the over. So Harrison through 3 overs, 1 for 5. Hurst is 14 not out. Tom Bailey yet to score. Did see a Lancashire team sheet earlier, or the official team sheet. It had Jack Blatherwick at 8. I thought that was perhaps a spot or two a little high for Jack. I expected him to come in behind Tom Bailey, and that's what he will be doing at some point.
There's Mullaney to continue. Keeper standing up behind the stumps. Hurst gets forward, eases the ball away into the offside. Hamid fields at extra cover, no run. 183 for 6. They've taken an early tea in the game between Middlesex and Warwickshire, Somerset and Kent, and Surrey against Northamptonshire.
Seems like it's creeping up the country, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. The back foot worked away into the offside by Hurst. No run.
I think we've had our share.
Hopefully we've had our share, yeah. Albeit they did, on the screen to my right, they did flash up the radar a few minutes ago, and it looked like there was a bit of rain coming about 3:30. So I hope that's not the case. Again, Hurst defending. Finds Brett Hutton, who's at mid-on, and there is no run. But the blue sky, at least for the time being, has been replaced with some clouds rumbling across. A little bit more grey now. Actually, might be able to see at the end of this over, this radar that's predicting some rain. In comes Mullaney, balls to Hurst, who's off the back foot. And again, there is no run. 2 for 21, Nottinghamshire skipper.
So you're commentating and directing at the moment.
Well, I consider teeing it up to put it on, so there's Mullaney into to Hurst. A straight ball that he works out towards mid-wicket. And again, there is no run. 183 for 6.
The window cleaners seem to have disappeared on the new hotel. My word, they put it in a shift today, haven't they?
Yeah, I was watching them before. Well, Hurst looks to try and leave, I reckon. It's come off the face of the bat and deflects down to Patterson. End of the over, 183 for 6, 58 overs gone. Here's the radar for viewers on Lancs TV, and that's like
we don't want to see that. We don't want to see that.
A big blodge of rain coming our way about 4:30ish by the looks of it.
We don't want to see that.
Well, it might miss us. It's not like yesterday, is it, where it was just basically covering the whole of the north of England.
It was horrible. They're a general picture. Apologies if you're just listening to us via the BBC Sport website and app, as Calvin Harrison bowls to Tom Bailey, defence. Always annoying, I know, when you're listening to the commentary and can't see the pictures, and we make reference to what we can see. As Harrison in again, doesn't waste long to get through and over. This is pushed on the offside, and Tom Bailey, not the Tom Bailey of the Thompson twins, of course, will get a single. He's off the mark. 184 for 6. That's been mentioned before on commentary, hasn't it?
By you it has.
Tom Bailey and
by
Alana
nobody
Curry.
else. Nobody else mentioned it.
Everybody like the Thompson twins. Again, it's pushed back to Harrison. -2 on the over rate. I guess got to be a little careful, Scott, haven't they? Just in case the rain does come and sets in between now and 5 o'clock tomorrow. You don't want to lose 2 points that you've worked hard to get, as this one is worked nicely onto the onside by Hurst, and there'll be enough juice behind it for it to go all the way over the mid-wicket boundary and away for 4. Nice controlled shot by Hurst. Played it into the ground. Oh, I was just going to say the floodlights have come on, but the screen away to our right showed a shot of the oval, and they're brilliant, shining bright floodlights down in South London where it's fairly gloomy. 188 for 6. Again, I'm looking at the wrong screen of the Surrey match. This is played to mid-on where it is 91 for 6. Patterson doing the fielding. Remains wicketless. Dane Patterson. That's Hurst defence. Couple for Fernando, couple for Mullaney, one for Brett Hutton and one for Calvin Harrison, who ends that over as Hurst just on the front foot defends. He remains on 18. Bailey has 1. Harrison 4 overs, 1 for 10. Mullaney 2 overs, 9 overs, 2 for 21.
Playing in the Essex-Hampshire game, where Hampshire have lost a 7th wicket, and they still trail by 163. So Essex making 447 for 9 declared. Hampshire 284 for 7. As Mullaney is in to Bailey, who's forward in defence, and there is no run. So there could be a little bit of life in the title race yet.
Yeah.
Essex can get a win there, and
Northants will pull off their best victory of the season, beating Surrey at the Oval. That doesn't happen too often.
Mullaney to Bailey, shuffling back and nudging the ball away to mid-wicket. No run.
I think they've got the work cut out still to get 4 more Surrey wickets and then force a follow-on and get 10 more.
I don't know if would an Essex win and even a Surrey draw keep it going. I suppose it would, wouldn't it? Going into the final round. Mullaney in, balls, crunched away, good looking shot, 4 runs for Bailey. Off the back foot, hit square of the wicket out towards the point boundary. Lancashire move on to 192 for 6.
The thing with cricket, you never really know when results are set in stone or when tables are absolutely 100% set in stone, because as we saw this week, you certainly wouldn't have looked at it and thought, oh, well, Sussex is going to be docked 12 points, so that takes them out of the promotion race. You can fall foul of various misdemeanours.
Getting off the back foot by Bailey. There's extra cover. Montgomery to field, no run.
Like this now, you'd say, well, Notts have got 2 bowling bonus points, but the bottom of the board, over 8 -2. You know, were the rains to come, they'd lose those 2 points.
Just takes a single away here through extra cover. half. They might come back for 2, they do. He's done well, Bailey, to find a gap in that through that offside. Plenty of fielders in front of square on the offside, but he's managed to weave the ball through a couple of them. Moves on to 7. It's 194 for 6.
Had a couple of chasers for Matthew Montgomery, who is least well equipped to do the chasing because he's got the protective pads on under his flannels.
Final ball for Mullaney. It's a good stop by Calvin Harrison. It's slip way down to his right hand side. That's the end of the over. 14 minutes remaining of the afternoon session. 194 for 6. Lancashire. Hurst on 18. Bailey on 7.
Tim Singleton's been in touch at Brace Cricket. We've just had a couple of brief downpours in Saddleworth. They must have missed you. Yeah, it's going from here to there, I guess. So thanks for that, Tim. It's Calvin Harrison and his leg spinners. Bowls a delivery which is drilled back at him by Matty Hurst. As Phoebe said earlier, it was almost brought from nowhere, if we can use the Notts one-day team as being nowhere, into the 100 for the back end of the competition. Single taken from this next delivery by Hurst down to Fernando at long leg, and took 5 for 11 against the Northern Superchargers here. The best figures recorded by anyone so far in the 100. Comes in small bowls. That's short, and again it'll be pulled down. More exercise for Asita Fernando. Fires in the return. He's actually lobbed it to the other end, and Nasiba Mead intervenes and helps it on its way back to Calvin Harrison. Keaton Jennings 42, Stephen Croft 45, the two standout innings. 28 from Wells, 26 from Bell, as Hurst pushes this back to the bowler. A couple of players missed out. Josh Bohannon made 6, George Balderson just a single. Harrison, umpire Adnan bowls. Hurst gives himself a little bit of room, just rocks back and cuts it away into the gap. Takes a single, which is tidied up by Lyndon James, whose last over went for 15 runs. Just didn't quite get it right. There was a no ball in the middle of it as well, just to make things worse. A little push and run by Bailey, but he can't run very far because goes straight to Patterson, so he's sent back end of the over. And Lancashire 197 for 6, having been put in by Stephen Mullaney. They're not skipper this morning. The toss was on time at 10 o'clock after 2 days of rain. We did wonder if there might be a slight delay with the dampness of the outfield, but the ground staff did a super job this morning. They were here nice and early, and the blotter and the super sopper and everything got us some play on time.
Here comes Mullaney. It's a lovely shot. 4 more for Hurst through mid-wicket. He moves on to 24. Brings up Lancashire's 200 as well.
Yeah. Where's he from? Do we know? Okay. From Scotland, I was just saying.
Mullaney's in to Hurst. Goes for the same shot.
Yeah.
Just to the right of mid-on. Through he goes for 1 run. Moves to 25. 202 for 6. He's from Wigan. Matty Hurst. Now, Hurst and Aspinwall have made their first team debuts this season. I couldn't remember which one was from Wigan and which was from Lancaster. So Aspinwall must be from Lancaster and Hurst from Wigan. Only 19.
Got a nice pair there, haven't they?
There's Mullaney's in. Straight to mid-wicket. And there's no run. Slater fielding, 202 for 6. A great day this for Matty Hurst. First class debut. I was saying to Phoebe before that he was, I'm told, he was 18 months old when Stephen Croft made his debut.
Good grief.
For Lancashire. And barely content to defend, no run. 10 to go till tea.
Yeah, it's going to leave a long final session, isn't it, if we are to get all the overs in. 38 to go after this one.
There's Mullaney again. A little bit of width. And driven away by Bailey, but Montgomery's had extra cover to field, and again, there's no run.
In fact, it's more than that, isn't it? It's 42 overs after this one.
It is, yep.
I'll be surprised.
Final ball of the over. And again, Bailey happy to defend. Ball full and straight. And he picks out Montgomery again.
Only had one 5-wicket haul in his career, Stephen Mullaney, which is a little surprising. As I say, he doesn't bowl as much now as he used to, but he's very often come on and 2s, 3s and 4s to alter the complexion of a game. But only one 5-wicket haul against Gloucestershire at Trembridge back in 2017. And Calvin Harrison to continue. Board showing it's 22 minutes past the hour. Harrison bowls and Hurst defends. Still on -2. Tim says it's now gloriously sunny in Saddleworth. Thank you, Tim. Next delivery. Heaved away on the leg side. That's pretty much a free hit for Matty Hurst, because beat Asiba Mead. They're just checking. In fact, it's signalled as a 4. Beat Asiba Mead at mid-wicket, and there's absolutely no protection out there. Nobody's going to be able to stop that. So heaved away. Then Patterson goes and fetches it, and Hurst on to 29 from 63 balls. That's his 4th boundary, and he's very much taken the role of senior partner now since Stephen Croft was dismissed. Enjoying himself on his first-class debut. It's Calvin Harrison. Bowls, and a lot of assistance from the surface for any of the bowlers. Hurst lunges forward with a great degree of confidence, blocks this delivery. Now Hamid is being sent back out, 3/4 of the way back out towards the mid-wicket fence, roughly where that last one landed, just in case he goes again. It turns it on the leg side, nicely fielded by Matt Montgomery. And there's no run. Good stop from young Monty. Harrison bowls, and Hurst, who wears squad number 21, pushes it out. Ben Slater doing the fielding. 2 wickets to Fernando, 2 to Mullaney, 1 to Brett Hutton and 1 to Harrison. Bowls to Hurst. Another defensive block brings us to the end of the 63rd over. 206 for 6 here on BBC Radio's Lancashire and Manchester and Nottingham, and via the live stream from Lancs TV. Phoebe Graham, Dave Bracegirdle and Scott Reed with you. Old Trafford, an Old Trafford that seen no play on days 1 and 2. Lovely, crisp, clear blue skies for all of the morning session, much of the afternoon, but those dark clouds beginning to roll in.
Again, Bailey defending as Mullaney continues. There's 2 short covers in place, Montgomery and Hamid. Hamid just a little deeper behind Montgomery's left shoulder. There's a point, short third, mid-off, short mid-wicket. The back foot and pushed away into the offside. There's Hamid. An extra cover to field, no run.
Some fella called Harmer has got 5 wickets for Essex. Hampshire 285 for 8 at Chelmsford now.
Could be something in that, couldn't they? Going into the final session and a full day tomorrow. Essex win. Keep things interesting towards the top. All the way down to 3rd man, but there's no run.
Well, Hampshire still need 13 runs to avoid the follow-on. Essex need those 2 wickets. I guess that could alter the complexion of the game, depending on how quickly they get those 2 wickets.
Mullaney to Bailey. In full and straight, just constantly landing it in and around the off stump.
I think he took the pace off that one. I mean, he's not very quick at the best of times, but seemed to hold that one back a little bit. That game at Chelmsford, the only other Division 1 game currently taking place. For a combination of rain and bad light everywhere else, and same story in Division 2.
Again, defended away to Montgomery by Tom Bailey, who walks out towards square leg. And again, there's no run.
In fact, they're taking tea between innings at Grace Road, where Leicestershire were bowled out for 233, leading Yorkshire by 78. And that was a terrific effort, terrific last wicket partnership.
End of the 64th over, another defensive push by Bailey. 206 for 6.
Talk about Harry Swindles and his 100 at Trent Bridge in the one-day cup final. Well, he made 73 today, but found a partner in Will Davis for the last wicket. Davis 44 not out, and they put 93 on for the last wicket. That will have infuriated the White Rose, I'm sure. So round about 3 minutes to go. Pretty sure this will be the last over of this session. I just have to leave you after a couple of deliveries, Scott. I tend to go to this delivery is forced into the offside no run. BBC Radio Nottingham tend to pop on their mixed tape at 3:30 of 3 songs in a row, so they like to get the cricket out of the way before 3:30. It's like in local radio. Next delivery is deflected fine. Now whether it was bat or pad we'll find out in a second. It's a couple of runs, and I think it's going to be leg byes. It is indeed. 208 for 6.
With 4 balls remaining of the afternoon session, or is it 5? No, 4 to go. Calvin Harrison to Hurst, fires in a 4 ball which he digs out. Matty Hurst is 3 balls away from getting to tea, unbeaten on 29 on his first class debut. Plays off the front foot and defends to Harrison, who's bouncing back to his mark. They're trying to see if they can get 1 extra over him before tea. A bit of a chance of doing that. Let's run up to mid-on. They'll shuffle through for a quick single. 208 for 6. Hurst now moves to 29. No, correction, to 30. This will be the final ball of the over. Will there be time for another one for Nottinghamshire? Oh, that's flashed away from short leg by Bailey. That's a good stride forward. The ball came off the edge of the bat, went to Montgomery's right. Well, they've got through for 1. Umpire's having a look up towards the clock. Stephen Mullaney's just popped his cap on the stumps. As umpire Ian Blackwell slowly makes his way towards the stumps, and there's plenty of time. If we're going off that clock, we're bags of time, aren't we? Clock on the front of the pavilion, comfortably making it for another over before tea. It is Mullaney to Bailey. He's played off the back foot, and Hasib Hamid fields, and there is no run. So 210 for 6. Full again by Mullaney and dug out by Bailey. Full and straight, and play back towards the Nottinghamshire captain. The lunchtime score, Lancashire were 105 for 3. 210 for 6. And Bailey defends. There is no run. So just over 100 runs and 3 wickets in the session, pretty similar to the morning. Back this time goes Bailey and finds Montgomery at short extra cover. And there is no run. Bailey 9 from 35 balls faced. Penultimate ball of the session. Takes the pace off the ball. Mulaney's slower ball, going to loopy just outside the off stump, which Bailey plays away into the offside. Well, Mulaney's side have plugged away all day. They've picked up 6 wickets. They've broken partnerships as they've started to develop. As he tries to sneak one through past Tom Bailey's defence for the final ball of the afternoon session. That is tea. Players turn and head off for tea. Make a note of the score. 210 for 6. Bailey on 9, Hurst on 30. And be a nice feeling, I'm sure, for Matty Hurst as Sita Fernando goes round and gives his teammates a high five. And a tap on the back. He's bowled very nicely. Been good fun watching him bowl through the course of this game so far. But this will be a nice moment too for Matty Hurst as he and Tom Bailey get to tea with Lancashire on 210 for 6. Hurst on 30 and Bailey on 9. We'll be back with you in about 20 minutes.
Right, welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford, where Lancashire are 210 for 6. Nottinghamshire have been in the field for both sessions, bowling 66 overs today. We saw a great opening partnership stand from Wells and Jennings of 84, and since then, Notts have really chipped away, but Lancashire have managed to pull together a total of 210 with Matty Hurst on debut, and he's currently 30 not out off 72 deliveries. And I've got Dave beside me, joining me for the first stint of
a disgruntled Dave.
A disgruntled
Dave.
Why is that,
yeah.
Dave?
Well, are you popping down, Dave? There might be some cake downstairs. I think were his exact words. Get down there and there's a bowl of fruit.
It's ridiculous,
that's
isn't
not cake, is it? That's not cake. There's young Master Reed tucking into a slice of water lemon, and I'm looking around for the Victoria sponge. I don't know. As Andrew says, that should be against the law. Thank you, Andrew. Agree with you. Bob says, I can't cope with the lack of cake in my life. Nigel Balaam, very poor from Old Trafford. They should know you're partial to a slice of cake. You'll have to bring your own in tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Tell you what, the fans, they've responded quickly there to you, Dave.
Talk about cricket all day, you don't get any response. Say there's no cake for tea. Here's Calvin, here's Phoebe.
Calvin in, and front foot defence from Hurst. He continues his resilience at the crease. Now faced up to 72 deliveries just for 30 runs. As Harrison in, and Hurst guides that through mid-wicket for 1 run.
You're no stranger to these parts. I know it's not where your roots are, but you're no stranger to these parts. What does this weather tell you then?
Oh, this still looks very bright for Lancashire. This is...
We've got the floodlights on, we should add, as well. They snuck on during the interval.
Harrison in to Bailey, big front foot defensive.
There'll be no power on in my room in the hotel over there, all being used to generate the floodlights. People sending me pictures of cakes now. It doesn't help, folks, it doesn't help.
Defended by Bailey, but managed to sneak through for 1. I wonder what else you can get from people listening. What are the topic areas shall we talk about today that's going to get that sort of response? Harrison in and guides again through mid-wicket. Nicely played there by Hurst again.
I think the old favourites have been done to death. Children's television and sweets and chocolate that we used to enjoy that you can no longer get. They're usually the ones that will get people.
Harrison in and full tossed, punched through mid-wicket. They look to come back for 2, but Hamid fields well in the deep.
And
214 for 6, Lancashire.
And he's whizzed his way through that over quickly. Bottom left on the board, Phoebe, has now disappeared. When it comes back, all afternoon I've been looking at it saying -2. Does it now say +2 when it comes back? I know you can't see it at the moment because we've got Asita Fernando's bowling figures up there. 2 for 29 from 14 overs, 214 for 6. He's going to have another go from this end. Does that now say +2?
Yeah, it does say +2. Yeah.
Old man's eyes weren't letting me down then. +2, so Notts have done okay. So before tea, you don't want the rains to come and then find yourself -2, and you've worked hard to get these 6 wickets. You don't want to give those 2 points back. Asita Fernando with 2 wickets today. Took 4 wickets at Canterbury, 1 in the first innings and then 3 in pretty short order in the second innings to really derail Kent's run chase, which never got off the ground. First ball is blocked into the offside by Tom Bailey. Both he and Hurst in short-sleeved Lancashire shirts.
It's the news in why Bailey had to replace his bat after a few balls was because he'd picked up Keaton Jennings' bat.
Yes, it's always a telltale sign that somebody's More used to bowling than batting when they wander out to the middle with somebody else's bat. Here's Fernando in again. Bailey pushes it back down the ground, fielded by Fernando. We use it as a bit of a template, the old shadows, don't we, around the players, and right now shadows are very prominent from the floodlights. Strange old sort of skyline at the moment, because to our right we can still see patches of clear blue sky where it looks as if it's a lovely day, but there's also some really horrible, threatening looking clouds coming from our left. Looking at the flags, that seems to be where the breeze is coming from as well, so we might have to negotiate a little bit of turbulence with the weather as Fernando digs this in short, and it's played nicely by Bailey down to third man with the open face.
Yeah, it's guided very nicely by Bailey. He's obviously batting at 8 today, a little bit higher than usual, but he's had a few good knocks this season, so showing his skill with the bat as well as with the ball.
Chelmsford, Hampshire have avoided the follow on there, 302 for 8, only trailing by 145 right now. They're off for rain at Lords, they're off for rain at Taunton, they're off for rain at the Oval, they're off for rain at Derby. And the other matches, Fernando bowls and is played onto the onside by Matty Hurst on his debut. Has played very well indeed. He's on 32 from 76 deliveries. Playing again at Grace Road after tea. Yorkshire 20 without loss in their second innings, trailing by 58. And be very pleased down at New Road, where they know all about having cake at tea. Certainly Worcestershire 203 for 4 against Durham. They've had a bit of rain today. 215 for 6 is the score here at Old Trafford. Day 3 of 4. Just wonder where this game can go to, as this one's pushed into the offside. If Phoebe had her wish, it would be a 1 innings run chase. Done and dusted. Can't have draws in cricket.
Just something to think about, isn't it, when the worlds of cricket come together? I was just thinking it'd be so important who won the toss if it was just a 1 innings do, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Be weight on that coin toss.
That's the final ball of the 68th over. Fernando bowls. Played nicely to leg. Get a shot from the back of the box from Scott Reed. Matthew Montgomery Fields. End of the over. Very, very close to 4 o'clock, and if I don't react to it now, I'll forget in a minute or two. I'll be back with you shortly.
Looks like Harrison is continuing from the Jimmy Anderson end. Bowled a nice spell so far. Getting the breakthrough wicket of Stephen Croft. There's been a few starts today from Lancashire, all slow and steady, but 45 from 95 deliveries for Croft. As Harrison's in and guided through the leg side by Hurst, as he adds 1 more to his total. Jennings 42 from 63, 26 from Bell and 28 from Wells, but I think the main feedback we've found is that it doesn't look easy to bat out there. So it's been parking the ego and putting a grind in. It's Harrison in and punched off the back foot by Bailey. But young Matthew Hurst has made a lovely debut today. Nice front foot defensive there by Bailey again from no run. Who is on 34 from just 79 deliveries. Harrison in and back foot slap from Bailey into mid wicket for 4. 6 even. That's a lovely pull shot from Tom Bailey. Not messing around there. That's what he enjoys and how he enjoys to play his cricket, being positive. So he creeps up to 18 off 46 deliveries. You have got a fielder on the deep in cow and at square leg, and deep point as well. Harrison, as he comes in, Bailey guides that down to mid-on for 1 run. Mullaney just looking at how he can temper his field, change it ever so slightly for Hurst, and putting an extra mid-wicket in, moving point behind and putting a cover in for Hurst. Drives that to mid-on for 1 run. It's the end of Harrison's 9th over. He's bowled 9 overs, 1 for 32. Lancashire 225 for 6. As they come off for what I think might be a little bit of rain in the air. We can hear the hovercraft going. Yeah, there is signs of rain out there. You can see it coming down much more heavy now. There's been a dark cloud hanging over the party stand that's just come over the top of Emirates Old Trafford. And the ground staff fortunately make their way to the middle again with the hovercraft to cover the covers. It looks like there's quite a covering of grey, but there's some lighter grey clouds in the mix. Currently Lancashire 225 for 6 after the 69th over. Matty Hurst on debut, 35 not out off 80. Tom Bailey 19 from 46. They've rebuilt here, a nice partnership between the two of them. But unfortunately we're off at the moment due to rain.
Yes, you can see members of the coaching staff on the live stream just grabbing all the kit and trying to get it inside. The terrific camera crews as well around the ground, just covering up all their equipment, getting themselves nicely protected. Stephen Mullaney, the Notts captain, just having a word with the umpires as they made their way off the field. That seemed like it was coming, didn't it, the rain, but then it just suddenly got a little heavier and the umpires and the players just started to dash off. So that's a real old shame. We've only had, what, 3 overs since tea, 9 runs added, including a 6, the first 6 of the day, hit away by Tom Bailey. He's on 19. Matty Hurst on 35. Let's just hope it blows over. I don't think right now it looks terminal. You wouldn't bet more than a silver threepenny bit on this being the end of the day's play, would you? It's still promising. We're still hopeful. They've only taken out the main hover cover. We've not got the big tarpaulins being unfurled or the run-ups being covered at the moment. In fact, the ground staff are out there having taken that hover cover out to the middle, just stood around chatting, looking towards the sky, lots of pointing. And I think there's enough hope here for us to believe that it might just be a short stoppage.
Yeah, I think there's reasonable optimism. There is just a darker patch of grey cloud that's directly above the stadium at the moment, but surrounding it is patches of blue sky, a bit of light grey, a bit of white clouds, so hopefully a little pause for rain delay and hopefully we get back on this evening.
Just quickly elsewhere, they've got back on at Lords, where Middlesex making a better fist of it in the second innings. They're 52 without loss second time around against Warwickshire. They still trail by 142, but I know by lunchtime we were sort of suggesting that one might be finished today if Middlesex didn't fare better. Well, so far they are doing, helped out by a little bit of rain. At Chelmsford, Hampshire bat on, they're 310 for 8, trailing Essex by 137. They're the only games where there's any cricket in Division 1. Somerset 404 for 4 at Taunton. I don't think they've had much play there since lunch. And at the Oval, Surrey 91 for 6 against Northants. That was Always the worry for Northants that despite putting runs on the board, there was likely to be time taken out of the game. Off for rain at Derby, where Brooke Guest, the former Lancashire wicket-keeper, has taken 6 catches. Sussex 90 for 8. At Grace Road, again, they're off for rain, where Yorkshire 20 without loss. That's a deficit of 58 against Leicestershire. Last wicket pair of Harry Swindles and Will Davis put 93 on for Leicestershire. And they are playing again at New Road, Worcestershire 227 for 4 against Durham. In the Rachel Hayo Flint Trophy match being played at Northants, South East Stars made 148. The Blazer 15 for 1 after 3.2 overs. And they're off for rain. I heard earlier that they were hoping to get started with a 10 over, a little 10 over DLS target, but I've got no update from that. It was just something I heard downstairs in the press box. So if and when we hear something on that, we will. Clearly they've got to find a winner one way or another from that Blaze and South East Stars fixture to see who goes through to the final on Sunday. It's very hard to even make out any drops of rain out there in the middle, peering through the glass as we are. What do you use as your reference point here? I use one of the dark screens on the Batman board at Trent Bridge. If I can see any spots of rain there, then usually it lets me know that there's rain falling, but I can't anywhere see any rain falling against a dark background.
Normally if you look really hard at the floodlight, you can see little speckles of rain still coming down, but the umpires are heading out now, so...
Yeah, they're bareheaded. It's always one of the little clues to spectators, isn't it? If you go, oh, here come the umpire. Oh, they haven't got their hats on or their caps on, whatever it may be, whichever time of season it is. Ian Blackwell and Hassan Adnan are making their way out to the middle. Just have a little natter to the ground staff, just to see the conditions for themselves and just to see what the head groundsman will feel with regards to his radar. Yeah, it was just a passing shower. We think it's gone, boss, or can we give it 10 minutes? There might be some more. They'll all be passing this on to the umpire.
I think he's got his radar out for light as well. I know earlier on I miscalled a 6 and thought it was a 4 because it is quite dark, isn't it? The floodlights are shining reasonably bright, so I think that might play into it as well.
I think Notts would happily get back out there if they were told, you can only bowl Calvin Harrison and Stephen Mullaney with pace off. I think they'd like to just get out there and keep the game moving forward, and probably the same with Lancashire. I'm sure they'd rather be out there playing and facing the spinners. Not too sure that they'd want the quicks on if they can't see it. Where are we in terms of overs? We're 11, potentially 11 away from a second new ball becoming due. But it's never really been a wicket where extreme pace is A, an option for Notts, or B, likely to produce any rewards, because pace has certainly been in short supply. It's a fairly docile, placid wicket. Nobody reached 50 yet. A couple of 40s. Keaton Jennings, bright and breezy knock the first part of the day, and Stephen Croft, a measured, assured innings between lunch and tea, but both have gone. George Bell made 26, Luke Wells made 28. Very impressed with young Matty Hurst, who's 35 not out, and a bit of willow wielding by Tom Bailey has seen him move to 19. So we are keeping our fingers crossed. We're very hopeful, nay, optimistic that we'll get a little bit more cricket. Keep abreast of all the socials. If you're watching the live stream, keep your pictures on. If you're listening via the BBC website or app, just leave it on, and as soon as the players return, as soon as the chance to bring you some more commentary, we will do. But in the meantime, we'll just have a quick comfort break with Lancashire 225 for 6 after 69 overs. I think it is more bad light at the moment than rain, and hopefully it'll blow away soon and we can get back out there. Until then, from Scott Reed, Phoebe Graham, myself, Dave Bracegirdle, we'll leave you for the time being. 225 for 6.
So I'm afraid, as you can see on screen, it's the close of play here at Emirates Old Trafford. That's us. Hang on. The third day has come to an early end, but we've had some cricket. We've had 69 overs, Phoebe. 225 for 6, and Matty Hurst. A very memorable day for him.
Yeah, brilliant debut from Matty Hurst, who's on 35 not out off 80 deliveries. He's really grafted out there in the middle on what is a used wet wicket that's not been easy for the Lancs batters to create starts, to create partnerships, but he's put some graft out there. He'll be pleased with that innings, and we've seen contributions throughout the order, but Notts have just chipped away at the wickets column throughout the day, not really allowed Lancs to build. But I think Lancashire will be pretty happy with that in terms of how the wicket's playing, and Nottinghamshire will be pretty happy as well that they've contained Lancashire and not let anyone go on and score big.
Yeah, they've chipped away at wickets through the course of the day out in the Nottinghamshire. 6 down Lancs at the close of play. The ground staff working hard out in the middle. I think Matt and his team, they've been outstanding all summer, haven't they? But to have actually got some play today, I think, was a brilliant effort, and to have had 69 overs of cricket is a fine effort. They're going to batten down the hatches overnight. Forecast isn't great tomorrow, but, well, we'll see what we can get tomorrow. Hopefully a bit more cricket. Be nice, wouldn't it?
It would, yeah. Hopefully it will be. Nottinghamshire want to get a draw to avoid that relegation zone. Lancashire, if they win and win next week, could be in contention for third place. But ideally we just need to get more cricket on the park. But the rain keeps coming. But we did have 69 overs of play today at Emirates Old Trafford. So thank goodness for that.
Indeed. Cheers, Phoebe. Yep, Phoebe's back with us tomorrow. Myself and Dave with you as well. Join us on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app from 10:25. That's it from the whole team. Enjoy the rest of your evening.